Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1521 of the War News stream. And tonight, we have a little bit of different news tonight. In fact, it seems like Putin wants to get in on the fun tonight. It looks like Putin has declared that Europe is now waging what he calls open war on Russia, according to Lavrov, that is. And also, U.S. forces have deployed fighter jets near Iranian airspace, and we've seen that near the Persian Gulf. And also, there's been massive attacks tonight inside of mainland Russia by Ukraine, and we have all that and more. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world as our attention is now shifted out of the Middle East and the ongoing tensions and ongoing crisis with the Strait of Hormuz and on into Europe as significant statements were made today by the Russian Foreign Ministry at the behest of the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, and additional statements were also made by the President of the French Republic and also that of the Republic of Poland as well, suggesting that war is only several months away with the Russian Federation. As the Russian Federation's Foreign Ministry has alleged or largely attacked the Europeans with today, the Europeans have been stated by the Russians to be in an open war with the Russian Federation and actively aiding and abetting in the interest of themselves and the collapse of the Russian Federation as a result. While this statement was made simultaneously within France and Poland, the French President Emmanuel Macron stated that the time for Europe to be able to choose between peace and war has now passed and that choice is largely out of their hands and that they must be prepared to take any and all actions necessary for their unified survival against a severe existential threat, the Russian Federation. And at the same time, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland, Donald Tusk, also stated that according to Polish intelligence and collective European intelligence, it is believed that the Russian Federation may be preparing to launch a war within the next months, and we may be seeing that a larger ground conflict between the European Union and the Russian Federation may commence at any point at this time, months from now. The European Union is already trying to conduct drastic actions to be able to create a collective defensive alliance very similar to NATO, but not including the United States of America, in case if the United States of America was to attempt to try try and sabotage the European collective defense position in the midst of an ongoing offensive or a larger attack by the Russian Federation if that hypothetical scenario is to eventually happen, which it does appear that many European leaders and the Russian Federation are largely all telegraphing it will definitely be happening at some point here, possibly, highly likely within this year. We have also been able to hear that simultaneously the Ukrainian armed forces have been causing significant damage to the Russian Federation's armed forces throughout the entirety of the front lines over the course of the day, with major drone attacks raining hell behind the occupied territories and also inside the Russian Federation itself, causing significant damage to the Russian military and also the Russian economy's money-making abilities, as key industries have once again been hit, including those inside of Dagestan. Many people have heard the old saying, send to Dagestan 3 years and forget, but it doesn't really appear that there are many people who are going to be forgetting what's happened in Dagestan today, as significant attacks happened on the Russian town of Kaspisk, just south of Makhachkala, which does appear to be causing significant damage to additional Russian Federation military and economic capabilities that are around the area of that port city. The port of Tuapse has also started to enter what can only be described as a living hell, as oil is now raining from the skies in volume so large that it looks like the BP oil spill from the Gulf of Mexico down there on the coastline of the city of Tuapse. The sea has literally turned black with the oil that is raining from the skies above, and the thick plumes of oil smoke which continue to belch out over the city have caused a general atmosphere and landscape of untold desolation and destruction around the areas of the city. Currently, the Russian Federation is attempting to deal with the situation, but it does appear that this crisis is well beyond the Russians' capabilities to be able to largely fend against or stop, and it appears that the fires will continue to rage out of control and continue to turn the city of Tuapse and its surrounding port coastline into an unbearable and unlivable hellscape of an oil slick. Moving us on out of Tuapse, we've also seen that reports came out that Ukrainian armed forces had been conducting attacks elsewhere and also were able to reclaim the city of Lyman today in shocking reports and developments that is showing that once again the Ukrainian armed forces are conducting successful counterattacks around the area of the Severonsky Forest and continuing to keep the flanks of Slavyansk and Kramatorsk free of any Russian threats. We've also seen that inside the Middle East, with the ongoing situation there, that there has been a significant flight of aerial tankers over the course of the night, and an increased amount of tanker activity within the area of the Ben Gurion airport, and also around the area of air bases inside the United Arab Emirates. On satellite photography, 12 brand new F-18Cs of the United States Marine Corps have been spotted just south of Abu Dhabi in a military air base, once again showing that the U.S. Armed Forces are continuing to build up military strength in possible preparation for continued armed strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Meanwhile, the Iranians are still claiming that they will not be talking to the United States, and their visit of Abbas Araghchi to the Islamic Republic of Pakistan is not to speak to the United States of America, but simply to go talk to the Pakistanis over something. And they have also stated that any communications that the United States would like to have with Iran should be forwarded to the Pakistanis, and they've largely given us the talk to the hand treatment as of today. We have also been able to see that inside the strait there has been plans for further economic actions and sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the Iranians claim that they were able to seize another merchant ship today somewhere within the Strait of Hormuz. We have also been able to hear that Colombia and Venezuela have now announced that they'll be preparing actions to combat and fight against the mafias within their country, which are largely the cartels, including Tren de Aragua and others that are found inside of Venezuela and Colombia. We have also been able to hear some additional details as well out of the United States of America's capital that the Jones Act, which largely has created a economic bubble for U.S. shipping companies to thrive in the U.S. port-to-port shipping transfers, has also been extended for another 90 days, which will continue to see that the U.S. companies that have thrived in that sort of an environment may continue to be significantly weakened and eventually destroyed by the over-competitiveness of other foreign shippers entering the market and now rapidly dropping prices and shipping rates from one U.S. port to the next. But we have a significant amount of news to cover over the course of this night, and we are going to be making sure to get through it, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. And we finally, folks...
Isn't it a bit crazy, though? Out of all this news we've been covering out of the Middle East, and, that's a big crisis happening right now in the Middle East. Now we're hearing Poland say that World War III might be just months away. I mean, that's what they're saying today. And we're hearing Russia make wild statements that Europe's waging open war on their country. And we're also hearing France prepare to do simulated nuclear strikes on Russia. So while all this stuff's happening down the Middle East, the Europeans and the Russians are about to basically go to blows with each other for the most part. So So that's a pretty two big crises happening at the same time.
It really is. It's absolutely insane. But moving us on into that major news, so that way we can tell everybody out there tonight, because we have a huge amount of people here already, what's been going on around the world. It is time for us to get on into all of this news, starting in Moscow. Every journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And ours tonight is going to be beginning in Moscow, as we were able to hear an official statement from the foreign minister of the Russian Federation, Sergei Lavrov. According to him, the Russian foreign minister, which is himself, has claimed that the West is trying to inflict a strategic defeat on Russia and is using Ukraine as a tool. A direct quote from his speech is that the Kyiv regime is being used as a spearhead. Without Western weapons, intelligence, satellite data, and training, it would be completely helpless. He added that any illusions of peaceful coexistence with the West are now gone, and when exactly did they have those illusions is what next to ask, and I've got to be entirely honest, I've got to ask the same question. When in the world over the past 4 years have they ever thought that Europe would want to peacefully coexist with the Russians, considering that the Russians have made peaceful coexistence an absolute impossibility? But these statements from the Russian Federation once again today are starting to ramp up the warlike rhetoric that the Russian Federation has been largely declaring throughout the past few months, and is continuing to show that the Russian Federation is trying to build up a plausible scenario to where they could start a war with the European Union. We have heard many statements from lower Russian officials, minor members of the Duma, and some other Russian city officials as well, that have been stating that they would generally like to go to war with the West, but we've never seen that these sorts of statements have been echoed at the highest echelons of the Russian government, particularly that of the Russian Foreign Ministry and Vladimir Putin, until very recently entering into this year in the winter of 2025. We started to see that a lot of the statements being made by Vladimir Putin and his foreign ministry started to become a lot more pointed at the West, and largely trying to build what would be called a casus belli, which is Latin for a reason for war, against the European Union and NATO to be able to start a larger conflict. Currently, what we understand here on the channel is that the Russian Federation militarily has suffered woefully inside of Ukraine, and its economy is in a dwindling and weakened state at this moment, which is continuing to deteriorate with each passing year that the war in Ukraine grinds on with no conclusion in sight. With these two factors in mind, the Russian Federation's strategic position is incredibly grave, if not perilous, especially for the central Russian government under Putin's control. We believe that Vladimir Putin and his inner circle view the Russian Federation's current government, with him at the helm, as being the only Russian government that can exist, which will largely fall in line with a sort of mindset or logic that dictators usually possess. With this idea in mind, the fact that the Russian military has been heavily destroyed inside of Ukraine and greatly diminished in its combat and fighting capabilities, and the Russian economy is on a very knife's edge of collapse, this is starting to jeopardize the position and safety of that central Russian government which Putin is in charge of, meaning that in some future hypothetical scenarios, if the Russians do not take drastic actions from this point, there may be an attempted coup d'etat inside the Russian Federation against the Putin regime, which may be successful in overthrowing him, imprisoning him, executing him, or exiling him, meaning that it would be the end of him and his government along with most of his yes-men and supporters. This is a situation that they're largely not willing to accept from what we understand, and this is leading them to try and become fairly creative in trying to reach some sort of a conclusion that will ensure that the Putin government remains alive as long as he's living, and to also see that Russia may be able to recover its woefully deteriorated strategic position at some point right now. And that largely leads us into an idea that they may be preparing for some sort of a possible war with NATO. It appears likely so that that definitely is the case, and while many people would say, and have said for quite a while, Enforcer, that makes no sense. You're saying that the Russian military has been completely destroyed for the large part inside of Ukraine and has been greatly weakened compared to what they were in their pre-war state. Why in the world would they start a war with NATO, considering that they would obviously lose a conventional ground war? And that is in where the magic lies. The Russian Federation does not have to win the ground war to be able to achieve significant diplomatic concessions that would lead to their advantage and also lead to the possible stabilization of the Putin regime. They just have to start a shooting war that would then allow them to state that there is an existential threat to the Russian state, which then allows the Russian Federation to seriously threaten the use of nuclear weaponry at the tactical level at a minimum, which would start to put significant pressure on Europe that either they accept that a tactical nuclear exchange at a minimum will occur and millions will die in the process, and significant amounts of economic abilities within Eastern Europe will most likely be destroyed in that tactical nuclear exchange that would happen on the battlefield, and in the worst case scenario, it may even evolve into a strategic nuclear exchange, which leads to the entire destruction of most of the industrialized portions of Europe and most of the major population centers within the Russian Federation. That is something that generally is, a decision that's not easily taken by most government officials. If you ask around, most people are going to say, I don't really want to die, especially in a nuclear hellfire. And while we do understand that the Russian public would be of a similar mindset, Putin's government is largely viewing that regardless of whether they die in a nuclear hellfire, or whether they're executed by a Russian firing squad by a new Russian provisional government, or if they're exiled to China even, or some other foreign country, that may as well be as good as dead at that point. And that may be the reason why they're starting to seriously consider a war with NATO, because by doing that, getting back around to why that war would happen, with them threatening nuclear war, there would be significant pressure on the European states, at a minimum if the US isn't involved, to be able to try and negotiate their way out of the conflict and possibly even give significant concessions to the Russian Federation to see that they are able to avoid some form of a tactical nuclear exchange or a nuclear war. If that is the case, the Russian Federation may be able to see that most of the crippling sanctions that have been put on them so far may be lifted, and they may be able to even see that they're able to get some sort of financial or material assistance in recovering their economic base, to be able to see that the Russian Federation's economy stabilizes, and therefore the government's position may stabilize as well. That appears to generally be the game plan that we're thinking is in the Russian Federation's central government's mindset at this moment at the forefront, and it also appears that from what we've been able to see from other European leaders today, and the intelligence that they have not disclosed from behind the scenes but have given a general synopsis of what it's starting to tell them and show them, it appears that it's very similar to what we're believing here on the channel. But a lot of people are actually talking about this statement that was made today by the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, stating that Europe had declared war on the Russian Federation and Russia is in an open state of war with the entirety of Europe. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so this is actually a pretty big deal because we've been covering this on and off throughout the Iran coverage, but the Russians have been making up all kinds of narratives that would basically allow a war to take place on the Baltic states, which are NATO members, and now we're hearing Russia's taking it to the ultimate step of saying that Europe's waging an open war against the Russian Federation and that Ukraine is the spearhead of the operation, but Europe is going to take it a step further by trying to attack Russia directly through the Baltics. So obviously, that's pretty crazy. The one who made that statement today was Lavrov, who's the foreign minister of Russia. He was the one on camera saying that, and of course, he speaks for the Putin regime. So essentially, it's Putin saying that. So what is going to happen now that they're saying this wild statement? What do you think is going to happen next? 51% said Russia will simply only test NATO, and that'll be it, while 33% said Russia will attack NATO in months, and 7% said Russia will attack NATO in years. So we've heard some very disturbing warnings coming out of Europe today, and I mean very disturbing. We're hearing France, they're warning that something's coming very soon. We're hearing the Polish top officials say that World War III could start in merely months instead of years, which is obviously concerning. And we're also hearing the Baltic states warn that they feel they're about to be attacked by Russia, and all the war preparations are in place for the Russians to launch some sort of attack or raid into one of the Baltic state countries. So I would say this is a pretty big prediction to make, but at this point, I think it's fair enough to make it. I'm with the 33%. I think Russia's planning to attack one of the Baltic states within mere months. And that's like I said, it's a very big prediction to make. But what we're seeing right now is literally textbook Russian behavior for a preemptive attack on a country. That's what they're doing right now. And they're setting up the forces. They're building up fire groups in the Kaliningrad region, also St. Petersburg. That's a huge red flag as well. And also, they're creating a big ruckus inside of Kaliningrad itself and building up forces there as well. So, the war narratives are there, the preparations are in place. So I think they're planning something, and we could be seeing that a lot sooner than expected. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd agree with the 34% as well. We have generally given the idea throughout most of the war, because it was an accurate assessment at that point, that a Durant war with the Russian Federation would be highly unlikely and would most likely happen in several years' time. And we made those statements years ago, and have been making those statements consistently over the years, given the condition of the Russian Federation and how much progress they've been making in the war in Ukraine. The Putin regime is hell-bent on achieving their goals of creating the Ruski Mir, which is called the Russian world in English. And that means that they still have a significant strategic ambitions that lie outside of Ukraine in the Baltics and Poland that they have not realized yet with their failing war in Ukraine. Not only that, their economic situation is so bad that the Russian government is in a great state of instability. We're even seeing that inside of Russia, it cannot be denied that Putin is falling out of favor with the Russian public. And we're also seeing that the Russian military, in some instances or another, are seeing that their loyalty is being questioned by the central government as well, as they may be understanding through the FSB that there are some words or murmurs of dissent that are now spreading amongst the Russian Federation's armed forces that may be preparing for some attempted coup against the government, or at least significant fears of a coup are now permeating within the central government in Moscow due to the incredibly dire situation they're in and the fact that that's become woefully obvious to everyone, including the Russian citizenry. So they have to take some sort of drastic action at some point here in the future. Otherwise, the Putin regime is most likely going to cease to exist. And that would lead me to believe that a war against NATO by the Russian Federation is fairly likely at this point. And given the fact that there's been a couple of other external developments as well that would heavily favor the Russian position right now, this might actually be their opportune moment to strike. Considering that the United States of America's government has actively gone out of its way to be an antagonistic power to the Europeans, and we've also seen they've started to make it incredibly clear that they now view Europe as some sort of an unfriendly group and are actively working against them in some cases, at least on the diplomatic and political front. We can largely understand that the Russian Federation may be viewing the NATO alliance as fractured, and if the Russian Federation conducts some sort of immediate action, they may be able to capitalize on the inefficacy of the President of the United States to be able to make a rapid decision fast as to whether or not the United States would declare Article 5, and they may even be betting on the idea that the United States would not vote to invoke Article 5 and may not even be involved in the conflict at all.
Yeah.
While that
Yeah, that's a big thing as well. Also, I see a lot of people saying, and fair enough. Like this is a big prediction we're trying to make right here. But we've made predictions in the past about things like this, and we got a lot of flack for it at the time. People were like, "Yeah, that can't happen. That's crazy talk. That to say that's going to happen is like saying that the hell's going to freeze over or something." But we're using what we're seeing right now as evidence. I mean, we're seeing these war preparations by Russia. We're seeing these narratives being put forth, and all these other things. And remember, it's not too far-fetched for Russia to attack NATO, because I would argue they've already done it. A short while back last year, Russia launched a whole bunch of drones into Poland, which is one of the most highly armored states within NATO near the border of Russia. And, they were attacked by multiple drones. And they invoked the Article 4 conference, Poland did, to address it. And nothing came out of it. So I would argue Russia's already gone a step with attacking NATO by doing that attack on Poland. So, I mean, is it really that far-fetched to say that they're going to attack the Baltics in a similar way, if not worse? I would say that's a lower barrier to entry when starting a conflict than attacking Poland, I would say. So that's why I'm saying it seems likely, and I would agree with Poland on that. I'm very concerned about it.
I would definitely agree. And not only that, folks, another thing that we have to point out that's quite obvious at this point is that some of the key battlefield areas of Europe right now that Russia would be fighting in off of the bat, like the Baltics, have just announced that the United States has told them that they're not going to be shipping them any additional munitions for the heavily, I guess you could say, present U.S. weapon systems within their arsenal, because the U.S. is diverting all of their arms production and shipments to the U.S. forces in CENTCOM's area of responsibility, which are still preparing to fight an eventual war with Iran that may happen again any day now. So that is starting to show us that if there is a war, a large amount of the Baltic states, which generally are one of the few areas of Europe that did buy all-American, might be screwed over because their all-American equipment is not able to get the all-American ammunition that they rely on to be able to operate properly or to be able to operate at all, meaning that the Baltics may be heavily strapped in a siege to be able to keep up any sort of an effective defense until they're relieved, because their munition stores might run out quickly if the Russians are able to seize the advantage at the very opening of the conflict. conflict, which may give the Russian Federation significant gains, or may see that they're able to win major strategic victories on the battlefield against the Baltic states before any relief force is able to break through the Suwalki Gap and start relieving the besieged and embattled Baltic forces. We also understand that the United States not being clearly present to help defend Europe against the Russian Federation could also be leading the Russians to believe that this might be an easier fight than it would be, because if the United States was involved, the Russians would lose without a doubt. There's no way for them to win in a nuclear exchange or a conventional exchange at that point. The Russians would literally be in the pages of history and in extinction, even if they did conduct a strategic nuclear exchange with the West that was able to wipe out most of the population within Europe and North America. On the other hand, though, if it's just Europe, they might be able to have a little bit of a better chance on the battlefield, a slightly better chance. They'd still end up losing conventionally, but they'd still have a slightly better chance, and they would also be a little bit overmatched compared to Europe's nuclear arsenal once the threat started to come down to that, at least on paper. So that may be another reason why they're seriously considering some sort of a conflict with Europe at this moment right now. It also appears that several European leaders and the European Union itself have started to show that they are believing that this is a high likelihood as well, as the statements came out today from the French President Emmanuel Macron that Europeans have to step up and defend their own interests because the US, China, and Russia are now all dead against them, according to the French President. This appears to also be showing that Macron is not really maneuvering at this point to see that Europe is a is more so a part of a sphere of influence, but he is clearly making in these statements the argument that Europe is a sphere unto itself at this point, and has made it clear that they would not be aligning with the United States or the Communist Chinese, and they certainly wouldn't be aligning with the Russian Federation, considering that that is their most imminent threat at the moment right now. And he is claiming that they are all dead against them, and the Europeans now have to be able to prepare actions in their own collective defense to be able to defend themselves against any one of these countries or all three of them, showing that Macron is still making his significant moves as a statesman to be able to try and unify Europe into its own individual sphere of influence with its own global projection power and many other factors involved as well. We have also seen that the Prime Minister of Poland, Donald Tusk, has also made some statements as well today, which I'll read y'all here, which were largely surmised by Dennis, Stillerman, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, here on Twitter. World War III will begin.
Isn't that guy the CEO of Firepoint? You know, the company that makes the flamingos and all that stuff.
Yeah, he is actually.
Oh yeah, I thought that name sounded familiar. That's the guy right there. That is the guy.
That is the guy. But beyond that, he surmised largely summarized what Donald Tusk said today. World War III will begin in a few months. Russia plans to attack NATO countries in that time frame, according to the Prime Minister Donald Tusk. He also doubts the alliance's readiness for war. I can dispel any doubts on this matter right away. NATO is not ready. What's more, it's unlikely to ever be ready. At best, while Russia is invading Poland or the Baltic states, NATO will convene a meeting and decide to send body armor and express its deepest concern. That's according to Dennis. And I would have to say that's generally likely, at least in my opinion. There's a decent likelihood here that NATO may not be ready to react, and we also understand that there's a significant chance that that definitely could be the case. We also understand that there were some additional quotes from Tusk over the course of this day. For the whole of the eastern flank, my neighbors, the question is if NATO is still an organization ready, politically and also logistically, to react, for example, against Russia if they try to attack. This is something truly serious. I'm talking about a short-term perspectives rather than months and years, referring to a potential Russian attack. For us, it really is important to know that everyone will treat the NATO obligations as seriously as Poland. I want to believe that Article 5 is still valid, but sometimes, of course, I have some problems. I don't want to be so pessimistic, but what we need today is also practical context. He also added, I had some problems during the night in September when we had this pretty massive drone provocation made by the Russians. It wasn't easy for me to convince our partners in NATO that it wasn't a random incident. It was a well-planned and prepared provocation against Poland. Those are according to the statements of Donald Tusk today. And it appears highly likely that according to the intelligence that Donald Tusk has received by the collective European security apparatus, and also Poland's security apparatus as well, and also the news that the French have gotten, it is appearing quite clear to them that they are in a situation of life or death in Europe, and war is a near certainty, particularly with the Russians. And a lot of people are talking at this moment right now about the statements from the Polish prime minister and the statement that he made that a war with Russia could happen in months rather than years. And a lot of people are being asked at this moment whether they agree with the statements of the Polish prime minister or not. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so it looks like about 44% of the audience said they agree with Poland that Russia could attack a NATO member in merely months rather than years, that is. While 31% said Poland is simply trying to rally NATO and they probably don't mean exactly what they're saying. While 19% said it's probably a 50-50 chance that Poland's right, Russia could be about to attack, or they could be wrong about that. So I would say I'm with the 44%. Poland is trying to take the lead right now, along with France, with trying to take the reins of NATO, because right now the United States is pretty unreliable when it comes to being a NATO partner. And Europe is starting to really run with that for the most part. And France is probably the spearhead of NATO right now. And I would say Poland's a close runner up. So it's possible they're trying to rally NATO, but the evidence suggests that what they're saying is backed up with facts. It's not merely rhetoric. I think there's actual evidence behind it. And remember, by the way, we're only getting the evidence that we can see in the public. So this is all based on the reports we're seeing for everybody to view, of course. But I'm sure that they're probably receiving some more intelligence behind the scenes than we're privy to, I'd imagine. And it's probably looking a lot more grim than we're even suggesting. So I would say they know what's coming, and I would agree 100% with Poland and also France as well. And this might explain why both Poland and France are taking the very drastic step of simulating nuclear strikes on Russia, because it could be a last-ditch attempt to deter Russia from attacking the Baltic states. That might explain why they're taking such a bold step with that exercise. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would be with the 44%. They clearly know what's coming because everybody's been seeing this come around the corner for some time. It's a pretty obvious thing, folks, in my honest opinion, and maybe it's not to some people, but it's fairly clear, at least on my end, that the Russians have been trying to get towards a war. I've explained time and time again on the situation the Russians are viewing and how they're probably analyzing it, and the kind of harebrained, insano concepts that are coming up with that would probably lead to a war with NATO. And a lot of people, and I got to say, folks, way back before the war in Ukraine actually started, I believe that the Russians wouldn't start a war in Ukraine because as far as it would be as far as it would turn out for the Russian Federation, it would basically be the equivalent of a seppuku for the Russians. They would literally destroy their own country in the process of trying to go to war with NATO. Also, your audio is coming through just fine, Matthew. But they would basically be destroying themselves to try and go to war with Ukraine, and they probably wouldn't achieve a whole lot because their military was not as good as they claimed it was on paper. And that all ended up being actually true. Now, the thing I got wrong, though, was that I thought that the Russians would know that and understand that, and they wouldn't go to war with Ukraine because they would know that as well as anyone else would. And yet they still went to war, which was a completely illogical idea given the facts and the totality of the circumstances that they had going into that conflict. And it's certainly shown to be so 4 years later. That doesn't, and a lot of people keep saying right now, and this is something I find really interesting, oh, the Russians clearly wouldn't go to war with NATO because that would be a really stupid idea for them. But that's what everyone, including myself, said before the war in Ukraine started, is that that would also be a stupid war to undergo because it'd be completely pointless for them and it'd be more destructive than it would be beneficial for the Russian Federation. And yet they did it. And so I would generally believe that their game planning and sort of war planning or grand strategy planning is pretty bad and pretty fanciful, if we can want to call it that, across the board, where they just fantasize about things and then act upon it. And I would say that it's still highly likely that that's what intelligence agencies in Europe are also hearing as well.
And also, I mean, why wouldn't Russia give it a shot? I'm not advocating for it, obviously, but I mean, what do they have to lose at this point? Their economy is destroyed. Like, their economy is pretty much ruined at this point. If they want to have it recover, it's going to take years and years and years to get their economy back to working order. So that's number one. Number two, their military is basically on a survival mode 24/7. They keep having to scrape guys off the street, throw them into the meat grinder, and they're doing that over and over and over and over again. If they were in a war with NATO, they would literally do the exact same thing that they're doing right now inside of Ukraine. They would just scrape guys up off the street and they throw them into the meat grinder on the front lines. That's what they would do. And also, it's like there's really no way out of this quagmire for Russia. There's no clear exit plan right now, which kind of sounds analogous to what's happening right now in Iran, by the way, with the United States. But there's no clear exit plan for Russia to exit this Ukraine war situation because Ukraine's winning the war. That's the problem. And it's going into its fourth or fifth year. I can't even keep it straight at this point. It's been going on for a very long time. And, you know, I mean, Russia has nothing to lose. They're literally going for broke, as By the Sea said in the chat. And I think that's why they might go for it. They might try to do something drastic in the hope that maybe they can cause enough chaos that they have to force a settlement. That could be part of it.
Yeah, I would have to say, and also I just saw Thomas D'Orazio say, what do the Russians have to gain? Exactly what I was explaining. Like, it doesn't make any sense, but that's what they're probably thinking. That's probably what they're going to be working off of, because I stated, much like many people, much like a lot of people are saying about this hypothetical scenario now, oh, the Russians would never invade Ukraine, like at least directly. They might do another proxy war in the Donbass or something, but they're sure as hell never going to just directly invade Ukraine, because that'd be absolutely stupid. They'd get sanctioned to hell. They'd be blockaded for most economies around the world. They probably would not do that well in Ukraine. And then they went to war, which made absolutely no sense, and all of those things came true afterwards. A lot of people were saying back then, and this is something that's interesting to me as well, a lot of people were saying back then the Ukrainians wouldn't survive a matter of days. Those were top generals in the United States, top generals in Europe, loads of people around the world. And I was one of the few people, folks, after the first week of watching how it went, that said, I think this is going to go on for a good while longer. And back then people laughed at that and said, oh, there's no way it could go on longer. The Russians, you know, they're a massive military. They're going to grind them down. They're going to win absolutely. And then 4 years later, we're still here covering it, and it's still going on continuously up until this day right now. And a lot like all of those predictions ended up being accurate, and the only one being wrong, which is the most important one, was that the Russians weren't going to go to war because it would be absolutely destructive and detrimental to their state as a nation. This seems to be a fairly similar sort of a formula that we're looking at right now. The Russians are viewing this situation that they have economically and militarily as a do-or-die situation right now. And due to the weakening of the NATO alliance in the Western sphere that the United States has caused at this moment right now, the Russians might be seeing their window of opportunity that will never come back around again if they wait a while. And unlike the President of the United States, which will basically watch the whole U.S. economy crumble under him and just basically lie to the public the whole time saying that it's all fine and we don't even need the strait, the Russians do understand that they're in a position a lot like the U.S. to where if they just allow themselves to keep economically crumbling and they do absolutely nothing, they're not even going to be around to see what happens by the time the economy implodes. The Russians generally are a lot more proactive in that instance than we are. And a lot like here on our channel, we've been talking about the United States needs to start bombing Iran again and ramping up this war if necessary to reopen the Hormuz. The Russians will do an action like that if they think that their government will not exist any longer, if they don't take even the most drastic and insane types of actions, even if the chance of recovery in the process of taking those actions is incredibly slim by a percentage chance. With that, we've also been able to hear that inside of Belgium, the European Union is also drafting plans to defend its borders if any member states are attacked amid concerns over weakening U.S. support. From what we generally understand of this situation at the moment, a large amount of European countries and the European Union are believing that the United States will actually try and stymie or hinder collective defense in Europe if a war starts with the Russian Federation. Currently, most of the NATO charter actually structures itself to where the United States is basically the lead operator of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And if you don't believe me, you can go and read the NATO charter yourself, and you'll see that it basically states anyone who's going to be the supreme allied commander of all NATO forces is almost always going to be, if not guaranteed to be, an American, meaning that we are in control of the military chain of command of NATO for the larger part. And also on top of that, we get significant privileges as well, largely being the organizer of NATO in what they can and cannot do. And so for that reason, the Europeans are somewhat concerned that the United States might sit there and quote-unquote punish them if the Russians start a war and might try and screw over their own collective defense, even if the United States is not involved in firing a single shot from the first day. With that being said, the Europeans are trying to create a analogous structure to the NATO system that largely excludes the United States and only includes the European states and Canada, considering that Canada is still a reliable military partner if there was a larger war that would start on the face of Europe. So they're currently working on that right now, which I would have to say in my own analysis would be a fairly smart idea because just being a little bit honest with y'all, seeing the strategic genius of our glorious and enigmatic president of the United States in the Middle East has absolutely seeded no confidence in my mind whatsoever that he would understand the real stakes at play, that if the Russians started a war, we really shouldn't be game playing with the sake of Europe being in the balance at that point, and with the Russians possibly attempting to steamroll them. So it would be smart for the Europeans to take an action like this to ensure that if a war starts, they don't end up seeing that the United States might try and hamstring their own collective defense from the sidelines while not really being involved at all and even fighting alongside them. But moving us on out of that news, we have also been able to hear of some other significant developments that have happened around the world today. We have been able to hear that the Ukrainian armed forces have conducted another major drone attack against the Russian Federation, which is currently ongoing, at least at this moment right now. And we do understand that oil infrastructure such as refineries, terminals, and pumping stations are the likely targets, which we also would analyze would be accurate as well, considering the fact that the Ukrainian armed forces have been significantly attacking pumping stations in particular as of late, to be able to try and knock out Russia's oil export capabilities to their ports and also overland into the European Union. And we've also seen that oil refineries have also become a target of highlighted importance at this point as well, as they continue to try and cause as much economic damage to the Russian Federation as possible. It's Ukraine's hope that they're able to compound the economic damage to such a degree that instead of Russia being able to take drastic actions in its last dying breaths or last dying clutches, they may just economically collapse so badly that the war is no longer continuable for the Russian Federation, and they might have to peace out just due to the fact that it's no longer financially feasible for the Russian government to be able to carry out the war against the state of Ukraine, or against anybody else for that matter. We've also been able to hear that additionally, these drone attacks have started to show significant damage in some areas of the country, including in Dagestan. Many people know the meme, send to Dagestan 3 years and forget. And apparently we are now remembering, apparently there is no send to Dagestan 3 years and forget. You must remember, because right now, Dagestan, and specifically the small port city of Kaspisk, just south of Makhachkala, is under attack at this moment right now, and appears to be in a little bit of a pickle. Let's take a look at what the Ukrainians have been able to manage. A
little bit of a slow flyer, it looks like.
Oh.
Someone's taking pot shots at it.
Opa! We also saw this clip here showing what appears to be a drone that did explode overhead, or possibly an impact on the ground with the smoke rising from the explosion. We're not clear which, but it does clearly show us that right now there is an attack happening in this port on Dagestan. We also were able to see some additional clips as well here showing what appears to be air interception fire over the area of the city. Opa!
Wow. A drone blew up.
Oh, look, they're going to go examine the debris. We also,
oh, man, that's really dumb. That's really stupid. Don't ever go stand over debris of something that was just exploded. It could explode again, possibly.
It certainly could, but, safety is the last thing that they prioritize in Russia. We also get to see here another clip of the drone that was shot down over this area of the port. And we also got to see from this clip here as well, one of these drones flying on over and then getting hit by Russian air defense. So it does look like the one drone that we saw on film was taken down, but it also does appear that we were able to get some additional reports that there were more drones that we did not see on film that did attack Kaspisk, and we're still waiting for further information to come out to show us the extent of the damage and the destruction that may have been caused on critical port facilities within this area of the port. Moving us on out of the town of Kaspisk, it's time for us to move on over to the other end of the Russian Don region, or more so the Caucasus Mountain region, to be able to get us on and into the port of Tuapse. Many of y'all will have known of the major port attack that Ukraine conducted against Tuapse several days ago, almost a week ago at this point, really, and the extent and damage that was caused to the port facility during that time. Many people have largely started to believe that the fire would eventually die down, as most fires there are caused by the Ukrainians' attacks on oil infrastructure in Russia usually die down within at least a couple of days, usually 3 to 5 days, usually. However, this attack ended up producing what we can only describe as apocalyptic amounts of damage. This is the sea, or the Black Sea, which is quite literally black now, on the coastline of Tuapse.
Oh my goodness. That is just pure sludge on the top of the water.
That's literally sludge that makes up the beach now. It's all just oil.
Is that guy shoveling it? Oh my God, look at that. It is thick. That is literally like feet thick. Did you see that guy with a shovel? Go back for a
Yeah.
second.
Jeez. Look
Holy
at that.
crap.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. And this is their way to clean it up, is send out one guy with a garden shovel?
It looks like they have about a dozen guys with these vats that they're loading the oil into. But this has gotten pretty bad. I mean, this went from a very successful Ukrainian attack to an absolute ecological disaster that's now happened around the port of Tuapse, because now we're seeing that the oil is returning back to the ground and the sea below the city because of the rainfall from yesterday, and also just due to its density, and it's beginning to amalgamate itself into these slick oil sludges inside of the sea. The waves washing up onto the beach are literally solid black and filled with oil as well, and the entirety of the surrounding coastline as well has also been covered in a nice film of black oil. Everything is covered in this stuff almost at this point.
I feel like if Tuapse was anywhere else other than Russia, they might have ordered an evacuation of the entire place by now, because it was raining oil the other day. It was literally raining down oil on people's heads as they were walking around the city. And now you got it washing up on the beaches too. So, I mean, this is literally an ecological disaster at this point, a pretty large scale.
It's unbelievable, really. Here's also another little glimpse of the situation right now as well. Look at that. That is all oil.
Jeez. They've got even those little barrier things trying to like keep it in, but it looks like it's really not doing a good job of it.
No, not at all. It's so thick. It's just seeping on through anyways.
Jeez, that is bad. And can you imagine how much of that chemicals are leaching from the sludge into the water? Like, that water is screwed.
Yeah, it's definitely contaminated, that's for sure.
Hmm.
Here's another video here showing the thickness of it. And there's the clip from the beach. But we're going to skip that one, and we're going to move y'all on into the next glimpse that we got into Tuapse today, as this was a picture taken off of the coastline of the continuing fire. And this is unbelievable. Let me show y'all a picture that this reminds me of here. Eruption of a mountain.
Mount Vesuvius.
Yes, you were remembering the one with the bombers flying past it in the middle of World War II. Let me go see if I can find that image. I mean, this basically looks like the eruption of a volcano, nearly.
Except Mount Vesuvius didn't have petroleum in it, to my knowledge, but it looks similar, though, in the plume. And it's crazy. They have not been able to put this thing out. Like, this might be the longest running oil fire I think I've seen in Russia in years, like when it comes to just the sheer length of it.
It is unbelievable. I mean, the fire that and the smoke that this thing has caused and the amount of damage. I mean, you can even see in this picture here, look at this, Matthew. You can literally see the giant oil sludge on the water. It's like this brownish color in the picture, and the rest of the water that's not contaminated is a somewhat bluer hue. Do you see that?
Yeah, I kind of do a little bit. Did it just leach out from the actual refinery into the water, like straight from the facility, or did it rain into the water, or how did it exactly get there?
It's just like because of the silos being ruptured in the fire, the oil that isn't catching on fire is just literally seeping over from the ruptured tanks into the river and then flowing on out into the Black Sea. So to show you this in a better example here, these tanks somewhere within this area are the ones that are believed to be on fire. The oil then leaks out of the tanks down this hill right here into the Tuapse River, which is the Reka Tuapse, and then flows down the Reka Tuapse out into the mouth of the river right here, and then on out into the Black Sea, which is where we're seeing all of that sludge on the coast.
Aha. Now, you know what's fascinating about this in a sort of morbid way is that when people were saying they were not in favor of hitting the oil depot like tanks on Karg Island near Iran, this is actually what it would look like to a large degree if they did that. Like, it would leak out the exact same way you're seeing here into the nearby water, and it would cause a huge slick like that if they hit Karg Island near Iran, which I've never advocated for that, by the way. I said if they wanted to hit Karg Island, they could hit the oil loading like little like piers that go out to the ships. They could hit those and it would take it out. But, hitting the actual tanks themselves, it caused ecological disasters like this, which is pretty horrendous.
I would say though the difference between us and them in Ukraine is that we are in the position largely to choose, and we don't have to conduct that action. It isn't necessary, and it wouldn't really achieve our war goals. But the Ukrainians are in an actual battle for their survival, and they're trying to take any action they can to defeat the Russians, considering that if they don't, they might end up going the way of the pages of history. So I would say that this is a unfortunate tragedy that's happening right here in Tuapse right now. But at the same time, the Ukrainians really have no choice at all at this point. Like the U.S. has basically packed up shop and hardly supports them. Europe is supporting them as much as they can. We've done really nothing recently to try and help out the Ukrainians in not conducting these attacks, because we lifted the sanctions that were stopping these ports from being incredibly usable, and now they're highly usable again to the Russians to be able to load up and ship out oil. So the Ukrainians have to be able to ensure that the Russians do not economically recover or rebound at any point, and so they have to hit these sorts of oil ports. Otherwise, the Russians can keep the war going longer than the Ukrainians may be able to continue to finance their own end of the conflict.
Yeah, that could be the case. I would see a little bit of a difference, but still, though, it's still painful to see like such a disaster like this, because it's going to have probably decades-long effects in the area, I would imagine. But it is a war, and this kind of stuff does happen, but it's obviously not preferable.
Certainly not preferable, but I can certainly see the Ukrainian position as to why they're doing this. We also got to see that someone made almost like Chernobyl HBO miniseries style clip here, showing the fires in Tuapse and everything else that has followed as well. And I actually had to say this is pretty well made, because it basically summarizes the entire situation as we're seeing it right now in Tuapse. We can see the fires inside of the city, the smoke enveloping it, the continued video showing the desolation, people covered in nothing but oil from the rain, the shorelines covered in it as well.
Oh man, not the it's always the poor birds. They always get caught up in the oil and stuff like that. Like I remember seeing those commercials where the like the soap manufacturers were like trying to clean the birds from the oil spill in the Gulf down there at the Gulf of Mexico. It's just always tragic what happens to the wildlife.
It is always unfortunate. I hate to see it. And imagine, folks, the ecological damage that this is going to do. Many of these fish that are living within this area of the Black Sea are now going to be tainted and not fit for human consumption. And tons of, well, in Russia, they wouldn't give a shit. They'd still let people buy them and eat them. But here in America and other countries that would care about their citizens, we would basically have to tell all of those fishing companies that use that area as their fishery that they could not fish and sell the fish from those areas, because they're contaminated and no longer fit for consumption. That's something that's, a lot of people don't think about that when we talk about wildlife, but that's generally what I talk about, folks, when I think about keeping things ecologically intact, is that if you don't, there's a huge impact to the food supply chain that all of y'all eat from, and not only that, there's a huge hit to some people who make their livelihoods out there fishing on the high seas. It's a very unfortunate thing to see in general. But with that, we are going to be moving on out of that little bit of news into Tuapse, and we are going to be moving on up and into the area of Taganrog and Rostov-on-Don, as we also were able to see reports that the Russian Federation state media has reported that there are missile attacks. Apparently, they showed a storm shadow of some sort attacking the areas of Taganrog and Rostov-on-Don. So it does appear that there is some sort of an ongoing missile attack alert within that area. We haven't been able to confirm any direct impacts as of this moment within those regions, but we are still waiting to get any additional video or picture evidence or eyewitness reports to give us an understanding as to whether or not the Ukrainians were able to land any successful hits inside of Russia, and what exactly the damage may show us as to what the Ukrainian strategy is right now and what they're planning on taking out. But moving us on out of that and on up into Luhansk, while everything was going on inside of the Russian Federation's actual territory, we also got to see that significant military actions were also happening against the Russian Federation's armed forces inside of Lugansk. We were able to see that the Russians were getting absolutely torched in Luhansk overnight. So here's the clip. What do we have here? Oh, Opa!
Oh man, looks like Luhansk is getting a little bit of a thrashing.
Let's take another look at it. We have some more clips of this. Opa! Oh, quite the
wow.
fire.
Is that another oil? Is that another oil facility that caught on fire? It looks like it's something burning secondary on the ground.
We're not entirely sure. It looks like it might actually be some sort of a fuel hub for the Russian army. We're thinking it might be that, but we haven't gotten enough information yet to be sure. It might also be an electrical substation as well. These have been, electrical substations have been a high priority target to hit over the past several weeks and have made up the statistical majority of the attacks and damage that we're able to confirm. So it might be a substation, or it might be some sort of an oil station inside of Luhansk as well. We also got to see a little bit more of this here in this clip. Oh, you hear the air defense fire and the incoming drone.
Yeah, apparently the police are outside too.
Police, Bliat!
Oh crap, flew right over their head.
Is that an Amazon delivery drone? I don't think so. It didn't drop off my package, Bliat. Well, moving aside from that, we also got to see another picture of the fire in Luhansk. So there were some significant impacts inside of Luhansk today, successful ones. We're not exactly sure how it's going to be impacting the Russian army, but once we get further information on what exactly was hit, we'll be able to give you all a better sort of an analysis on how that might impact the Russian armed forces within this area over the immediate future. We also saw that there were some explosions within Donetsk Gorod as well, which is very nice to see as on top of what we just saw in Lugansk, Bliad. Ah, yeah. A little air defense fire there.
It's a drone flying in.
Opa, bueno. Oh, it turned off the engine. It's gliding in. Oh, and there's the hit.
Oh, no. Holy crap.
Dang, it's a fireworks show. Like, oh my God.
That was a big, they must have hit something with munitions in it. That sounded pretty deep.
That sounded like a very good hit. Might have been an ammunition depot, or it may have been some sort of a Russian barracks, possibly. We're not entirely sure what that one was either at the moment. We're still trying to get the damage assessments out and the geolocations and such to be able to see exactly what was hit and what kind of damage was caused. But it does appear the Ukrainian long-range strikes in the Russian Federation were quite successful over the course of this day, as you all can all obviously see. With that in mind, it is time for us to move on and into the rest of the news that we have for the night, which we have a lot of it coming out of the Middle East and elsewhere. I mean, quite a great deal of it, quite a significant amount of it over the course of this day. We're going to be saving the Ukrainian Frontline breakdown for just a little bit later in the show. We do have some very good news to report from the front lines today, but we'll be getting to that here in just a little bit. In the meantime, though, we are going to be moving on down into the Middle East and covering all of the developments that have happened down here today. I'm generally classifying most of these as medium priority today, not high priority, because while there has been some developments, they're not exactly game-changing developments, and they're also not improving our situation that much at the moment, at least literally. I mean, in potential they could be, but we're not really sure how it's going to play out at this point. But before we move on into that, I do have to say a humongous thanks to everyone who has been watching this channel so far tonight. 19,500 people were here at the peak, and 78,000 people have watched this stream in the first hour. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all continue to consider this channel to be your primary source of news. We put a lot of pride and honor in our work, and we like to make sure that we're able to report the best kind of news and also the most analyzed sort of news that we can. And I hope that we've been able to meet that criteria for all of y'all tonight on another breaking news story that we were able to get out of Europe today, with the clear actions that are working towards the pre-mobilization or pre-war phase of a major conflict between the Western sphere or the European sphere and the Russian Federation. Before we move on into the rest of our major news for the night coming out of the Middle East and elsewhere around the world, I do want to make sure that we take a brief moment here to be able to get a couple of questions from the chat, to be able to chit-chat with a couple of y'all. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, and also, by the way, before we get to those 3 super chat questions, I am hearing some allegations right now on some of the Russian back channels. I believe they are claiming, and I sadly don't have a direct translation for it, so I'm trying to piece together what it says here. It looks like the Russians are currently panicking, and they're warning people on Telegram that apparently there's been a 2,000-kilometer plus strike in the mainland Russian territory, but I'm not sure exactly where the strike has targeted. But I'm hearing some early reports that apparently Ukraine's conducted a very long-range strike into somewhere. So I'll be trying to figure out where that is. But in the meantime, though, getting into our first super chat, this one's going to go to Nick Hines. And thank you very much, Nick, for that massive $100 support. And thank you very much for supporting the channel with that generous support. And Nick said, would waging war with Europe just cause Russia to collapse even faster? And they have to be running out of suitable people to add to their army.
Generally, it could, actually. That's a very good question, Nick. And I would have to say that it could lead to the Russian Federation collapsing quicker, but the Russians are most likely only going to take this sort of inaction if they believe that their collapse is inevitable either way. So whether they collapse quickly or not at that point, it would be irrelevant, because they would know the collapse is a certainty, and this may be their last-ditch attempt at being able to try and avoid a complete collapse by taking the most drastic and most dangerous action that could be undertaken for themselves and for us as well. So I would generally say generally, yes, that actually is correct. Economically and militarily, that period of time would be the most devastating to the Russian Federation that they have yet seen, but they would generally be expecting that they wouldn't be around long enough anyways for that to truly bring them down, because a nuclear exchange will have most likely happened by then, and a strategic nuclear exchange may be happening soon after that would see that the Russians never completely economically collapse, they just completely cease to exist. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and make this thing possible. And I gotta say that it's a wonderful and incredible thing to see that so many people like you have enjoyed this channel and helped us to keep this thing running. And before we move on into our next one, I actually have been able to read the statements that have been put out, because it does appear that the Russians are panicking at this moment about a specific attack, and it does appear, folks, that we were able to see that this is apparently the Tobolsk airport. Because this actually says in Russian here, because some of y'all may or may not know this, but I can actually read Russian. This says, Aeroport Tobolsk, Remensov, right here. So if we pull that up, here is Tobolsk. I'm pretty sure that this is the Tobolsk airport right here. So it looks like some sort of...
How far is that from the border?
Pretty damn far. I mean, like, this is over the Urals, actually.
Oh my God. I mean, you're saying, okay, wait a minute. The Russians are claiming that Ukraine struck all the way out there from Ukrainian territory?
Apparently. Let me check this here really quickly.
What the hell?
Okay, do some translations for me real quickly from miles to kilometers. Put in about 1,340 miles and see what that turns into in kilometers. I think that's pretty close to being 2,000 kilometers, actually.
It's 20,985.
It can't be 20,000 because that wouldn't add up. It's like, I think there might have been something incorrectly input there, because...
How many miles again? Let me try it again. How many miles do you say?
1,340 miles?
Let's see here. 2,156 kilometers, actually. I think I put in one too many zeros there.
Yeah, I guess I was like, dude, 20,000 kilometers. I was like, bro, that would literally be circumnavigating the whole globe. Like, I was like, that's not happening.
Ukraine's upgraded to ICBMs. They got the Minuteman now.
Yeah, you said 20,000 kilometers. I was like, bro, that can't happen, man. I was like, bro, that ain't working. The math ain't mathing. I was like, beyond that, this is lining up. I mean, this does appear to be the location. It looks to be a smaller airport as well, possibly used by the Russian Ministry of Emergency Services and the Russian Army, possibly, because it looks to be mostly it actually is a completely unmaintained airstrip. Most of it's actually overgrown, and the runway is basically fading away, and the only thing they really have is one part of the strip that is an operational helipad, and that's about it. Also, someone said, look in the parentheses. Yeah, we did in Remensov, and this is the Remensov area. And this lines up also with the distance as well. So this all appears to be lining up at the moment. And let's see, this one says the Tolminskaya Oblast. And this is, I wish we knew what oblast this was. I think, yeah, this is the Tyumen Oblast, because that's what that is. It's the Tyumenskaya Oblast, which is the Tyumen Oblast. So this all is adding up. This is exactly where this happened, and we're getting initial reports of this moment right now, breaking news in a significant sense, that apparently this airport here has been brought under a direct attack by Ukrainian armed forces at a distance of around 1,300 miles, and has apparently suffered some significant hits. We don't know if
What
there's
could
any.
hit that? Would it be a flamingo that would do that? Because I'm seeing everybody in the chat say the flamingo's got the longest range on it, which it does have a very long range. But could it be a drone, or would it have to be a cruise missile of some sort to reach that far? Because I think this is one of the longest range attacks, if it turns out to be true, that I've heard about.
Yes, I think it might be a flamingo. We do know that flamingos has this range. Will have this range. It is the biggest bird after all. I'm the biggest bird. I'm the biggest bird. So generally, I think that it's definitely a flamingo that may have conducted this attack. But it brings the question: with it being such a small helipad for the larger part, what was the importance in specifically striking and destroying this? The Ukrainians will probably explain that, folks, over the next few days as to why this was targeted and hit. But at the moment, I would say it's a bit of a mystery, unless if there's some larger element of the Russian army's rotary aviation that was somehow based here at this airport that would make it a necessity to get hit. I don't really see what the importance of hitting this was at the moment right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't know either personally. They must have had a really good piece of intelligence about some very important asset being here, because to spend a flamingo possibly on a strike that long range, it had to be something important. So I'll be very curious to find out.
Well, would you look at that? It's like a giant Gazprom facility out here.
You think
Yeah.
they could have hit that instead?
They could have. I mean, it's definitely not out of the question. I mean, maybe they hit the airport and there's something else coming in for this large refinery or gas facility right here, because this appears to be. If I was a Ukrainian commander, folks, I would generally say this would be the target to hit in this area instead of the little helipad. This thing would cause a pretty decent amount of economic damage to the Russians, especially if they land a good hit. So they might be hitting this as well, or that report might have been misplaced and someone just misheard the explosion and in a panic reported it in the wrong location in Russia, and it was actually off to the east of Tobolsk and somewhere around this major facility right out here. I mean, this one is huge. I mean, look at its rail yard for tank cars. I mean, this thing is handling significant, like this thing is handling an unbelievable volume of traffic every day. It's dealing with hundreds of cars daily. So this would be a very significant economic target to hit, because its output alone would have to be huge just from its rail yards alone.
Yeah, I would say so for sure.
I would definitely say so. Well, we're going to be keeping an eye on this one, folks, and hopefully we'll be able to get some video and picture evidence out. Can we? Oh, look, you can actually go down in Tobolsk town. Let's take a look at this place. Let's get an idea of what just got hit. Yeah.
Oh, it's very Soviet. It's very Soviet. Wide, big streets, a lot of industrial stuff at the perimeter of the city, and a little bit of that Sovietness in the center.
Man, these guys out here, man, they get out that guitar every afternoon and they go, "Cho najevosh, это полить, тазich tepi."
People say, why do the Russians, why do they act like they have no hope? They're so hardcore. They live in survival mode. Well, zoom in on the side of the building for a second. Let's see the side of that building. I mean, this might explain why they're kind of depressed just a little bit, because the architecture is kind of depressed. I mean, they literally have like fenced in the balcony with like some type of mesh on the side of that building
A
right there.
mosquito net. Like the mosquitoes are so big around here, you can hear them flying in like a Ukrainian drone, and they just grab you and take you away, like you're never seen again. What? Let's see. Let's go look. Let's go look, folks, at the almighty suburbs of this town. Oh Jesus, folks, this is gonna be rough. Oh.
Oh my.
Opa!
Oh dear. At least the roads are in good shape. I will say that. Probably because nobody has a car.
Man, this is the only one that the Google car would go down. It wouldn't go down these, which are the actual roads of the suburb. It only went down the main road. Oh my god!
Oh man. Oh my goodness. It looks like a freaking grizzly bear got a hold of the garbage can. But also it's like it's really easy to keep up roads and stuff when you barely have any like road traffic on it. Like there's just one car a day driving over the road. Your roads last a lot longer that way.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, man. This place is so bad off. Like it's like that village that Borat went to in like the second movie he made. Like he's like, "I go back to America." It's like that. Like it looks just like it.
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty hideous looking. I don't know what's up with the Russian obsession. Oh, it's got a fellow walking down the street. But I don't know what's up with the Russian obsession with putting up blue roofs on everything. Like it's the most tacky looking thing.
Man, they want everything to look like a hospital, like, because you got to be damn ill to live in a country like this, man. Like, jeez, oh my God, this is terrible. Really, I mean, like, to imagine, folks, that people always talk about we need to be like Russia. It's like I think we need to not be like Russia. Oh my God, it's a lot of. Oh my God, and it's packed.
And
It's got a whole family in there.
It's packed to the brim. My goodness, I didn't know those things could hold that many people. That thing. Look at how like narrow that car is. Like they're like literally sitting on each other's laps.
Oh my God, dude! And then look, like the roads. Is that? I like how they just have like basically like the many landfills around the trash cans. Like nobody can just put their trash in the can. They just kind of like toss it in the general direction, and if it lands on the ground, it stays there for 30 years. But look at these dirt roads. Like that's what the actual neighborhood streets are. Like this is the main paved road, but the rest of them are literally just dirt roads. Golly.
Oh man, the town clown car rolling by like Michael Myers through the town. Look at this thing. Look at that. It's like the thing that dude went up to Alaska and like hung out there, and then the bear got him or something like that. The dude was writing literature in the thing like up there. I don't know what his name was. What was it? That something McCandless or something like that.
Yeah,
I think it was like there was a book about it.
Dude, look at this house. It's sunk into the ground.
It's like the haunted looking house type of like window like frames they got on that window right there.
Golly, dude. I mean, Russia is a very depressing place. This guy just has a 5 years supply of firewood in the wide open, which also, by the way, folks, I gotta say, I mean, not to really diss on them or anything. I mean, they're already living in what can only be described as damn impoverished third world conditions. But aren't you supposed to put the firewood under like a protected awning so that way it doesn't get damp? Because if it gets damp, it can end up rotting, and also it can end up not, actually being good firewood. Isn't that kind of defeating the whole purpose of having that much firewood?
It looks fresh though, whatever it is, very fresh. What else does town got to offer, real quick though? Not to rabbit hole too much, but what else they got? Oh, there's somebody waiting in the bus stop right there. That was kind of scary. But let's see what else they got.
They have the Krasno i Beloy, which is a grocery store.
This.
Christ almighty.
I was about to say the first one was kind of rough. This was even worse. This got worse. I think I would have to go find some food somewhere else. I'd be a little bit too scared to go to this one.
They don't even have a view. Jesus.
Oh.
Good God, that roof is literally caved in.
Man, it's like the wonky Willy Wonka's chocolate house or something like that. It's like the roof's caving in.
They don't even have anything of this grocery store. Apparently, it's in this building, like it's in the damn Bakami block. This one, there it is. It's literally a store built in the Kami block.
That looks like the entrance to ammunition on GTA 5, like the way they had that painted up red and like the little staircase leading up to the doors and stuff. It kind of looks like that.
Now let's go into the central city really quickly. Oh, look at this. We have the restaurant of Mark Ilev. So let's take a look at this one.
This is pretty high-end dining for this place.
They go from their shithole to this one nice restaurant, bro. Like they had to bring in one nice restaurant. I wonder how much this costs. Okay, that's not that nice. This is literally just an onion and hay. Like that's not.
Is that a freaking acorn?
This thing?
It looks like a jumbo acorn, like they cut in half.
No, that's an onion that they cut the top off of, and then they put it back on, and then they put it in a nest of hay and straw.
And that's why I thought it looked like an acorn.
Oh, look at this. The old Russian delicacy of Chernobyl shit and gonads. Everybody loves that one. Bro, I mean, let me find one store. Let's see. Here we go. I think this is, I'm not understanding. What
looks
the
like North
hell?
Korea. Oh, they got those wet markets in Russia too? I thought those were only in China.
This is unsanitary as hell. Imagine the parasites that are going to be put on these things while they're sitting out here. Good God. Like, oh man, Russia, you're so damn nasty.
There's no ice in there. No ice. It's literally sitting on bare metal.
Bro, just sitting there in the heat. Like, just getting all the sweet parasites you can imagine festering inside of it before you buy it. Oh my God. this place is, oh, look, barely it. But this
Oh,
place,
I think it's a phony.
what the hell is that place? Is that like the cartel hit room or something?
Man, it looks kind of scary. Like that lighting does not do it any favors.
This is the real food. Chunks of random meat, might be horse, and then potato in like very very light water, like seasoned water is what they call it. It's soup bled. I gotta tell y'all, folks, this place, it's rough. It's pretty rough. That was a lingerie
It is very
store.
rough.
Like that was
It's very rough. I tell you, got to have a little bit of that out in the middle of nowhere. Oh man.
So that's the place that's being attacked right now, by the way, folks. God bless the lingerie stores and all that stuff. I don't think they're getting hit anyway, so who cares about them? But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on back into our questions. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support, Nick. I hope that does address that well and also get you all the breaking news. And with that, we are on to the second question of this segment.
And this one goes to Chef Danny B, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for supporting the channel once again. And he said, good evening, Enforcers. Good evening, LSA. Chef Danny here. Actually, in early. I get to watch the whole stream for once in LLT, LSA.
Hey, and we're happy to have you here, Chef of the LSA, Chef Danny B. And I gotta tell you, Chef, I really, really needed you today. I went to Costco, and I didn't get myself a Costco chicken. Matthew told me a story about one that he got recently that kind of scared me away from him. I saw it, and I went, oh, and so I kind of didn't get one. But I got this other thing, and it was pretty okay, but I could have gone for a warm meal. It was a cold one. It was like a cold salad kind of a thing. Kind of like that orzo salad, but a little bit different. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. And we are happy to have had you here since basically the start of the stream, Chef Danny B. And we hope that you've been enjoying it so far. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment. And then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news.
And the last one also goes to Chef Danny B. Puts in another $50 support. And a huge shout to you, Danny, for the second support of the night. He said, Chef Danny again. And do y'all see Russia using tactical nukes by any chance? And just curious. And LLT, LSA.
I see them using tactical nukes if they get into a full-blown war with NATO. That might end up being a possibility if all of the cards are played poorly by everyone, and then they're basically forced to do that. They might start doing that, but I don't really see it in any other situation outside of that one. So I do hope that that does address that incredibly well, Chef Danny Beaton, and a big thanks to you once again for that incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to report the news nice and good like we do every day. And so with that, folks, it's now time for us to move on from all of the fun that we just had in Europe, talking about a new war. Yay! I'm just being sarcastic with that. And also the Ukrainians doing what they do, obliterating the Russians daily. It's now time for us to move on to something that's a little bit slightly more bleak, which is the Middle East. So let's start getting into the news down here today. Starting us off on the American side, we were able to hear that the United States was planning to conduct further economic sanctions on the Islamic Republic of Iran. Later on in the day, closer to the stream, we did get to hear that the U.S. Department of Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control announced a new round of sanctions Friday targeting the Iranian oil trade and shadow fleet, levying sanctions against the China-based independent teapot refinery Hengli Petrochemical, or the Dalian Refinery Company Limited, along with 19 tankers and a number of crypto wallets utilized by the Central Bank of Iran. So it does appear that the United States has taken more economic sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran. That'll teach them. Meanwhile, the Iranians have claimed that they seized another ship today, making sure that everyone will be terrified of even getting close to the Strait of Hormuz, if that story is accurate. Meanwhile, the Iranian government also stated within their capital today that Ghalibaf has stepped down as the head of the negotiating team due to internal disagreements. And a lot of people would go, oh, yay, that means that the Iranian peace lovers are winning, and surely we'll talk. Well, you'd be mistaken. They've actually had him step down so that way hardliners could start to replace him and make sure that the Iranians quite truly never negotiate, and they are always going to be conducting maximalist demand attempts and negotiations from this point on. So this actually means that the Iranians are solidifying their position as wanting to continue the war and not continue talks with the United States to be able to try and end it. We also were able to hear that the Iranians iterated multiple times today that they will not attend talks with the United States until the American blockade ends, but privately, Iranian officials have been exchanging messages with Pakistan and engaging in diplomacy to resume talks, the official said. We also were able to additionally hear that they once again reiterated that they are not talking, and any messages or communications can be relayed through Pakistan as an intermediary. And apparently, we've now been able to hear that the Iranian chief of police has stated that they have uncovered a U.S.-Israeli plan to foment protests in Iran and cause national unrest, primarily through the field of cyberspace. That would be the internet. He says Iran carried out numerous arrests related to the alleged plot.
Wait a minute. What they said? They said it was going to be a cyberspace attack, but they arrested people in real life. How's that? How's that a cyberspace attack if they're arresting people in real life?
I don't know. Like honestly,
that doesn't even make any sense. It's like you don't have to be physically in Iran to conduct a cyber attack on their networks. You can do that remotely from a different country. So it's like, that sounds like an excuse just to start arresting people they don't like or something. But also, by the way, are they not aware that there's literally Mossad agents crawling all over the place? Like occasionally you'll see a random explosion in Tehran or something. That's most likely Israeli agents doing that for the most part, or it's people that's been recruited that are very hostile Iranians to the regime that are carrying that out, one or the other. But that story doesn't even make any sense they put out.
It doesn't really make a lot of sense at all, really. But, they're going around conducting more mass arrests. So we have that at least to go off of. We also were able to hear that apparently multiple governments, Britain, Russia, India, China, and Turkey, have urged their citizens to leave Iran within 24 hours. We've also been able to hear that apparently the highway... We're not going to mention we're not going to mention that. I saw it, and I kept, I locked in so hard on that. You started laughing there at the end. I was just going to completely ignore that. Dude, should we go look at it?
We can probably take a quick look at it. Just show it briefly.
Oh, boy.
And, oh, man. This is what our RAM cost way too much money for, is this type of stuff. Oh, my God.
I mean, it's actually kind of looking pretty realistic. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I mean, the AI is getting, it's improving month over month, but we also got to hear that the Tehran-Pardis freeway in Iran has been shut down for the next 24 hours due to an incident. The Red Crescent has been deployed to the scene for relief efforts. We believe it might be a landslide, but we're not entirely sure on that one. Anyways, moving us on out of Tehran, we also did get to hear that within Israel today, there were a large number of tankers seen at the Tel Aviv-Yafo International Airport. And look at that, they Yafoed and they found out. Oh boy, I love that saying. And I also love the saying of warriors and being the trad dude. Being really scared of your own emotions and everything. Really love that stuff. But we can see here that there was a lot of KC-46s and KC-135s around the area of the Tel Aviv-Yafo International Airport. I mean, just look at the volume.
It looks like you can't complain about Israel anymore because they let the U.S. planes land at Ben Gurion and fly through their airspace.
Man, I guess you're right. Also,
we love Israel.
Man. I tell you, man.
It's obligatory. It's obligatory. Who am I to go against the grain?
Man, who are we? You know what? Some people have been saying that there's been a really big push to like Israel. I like to say it's completely natural.
Man, have you seen that guy from what is it, Argentina, I think it is? He's over there in Israel, going crazy and acting wild and stuff like that. Dude's over there acting like a fool. Yeah, he's acting like a fool in Israel. I think he's going home in a day or two, but he's been over there acting like a fool.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I mean, someone who looks like him, I just expect him to kind of act like a fool because, I mean, just to be straight up with y'all, he looks like a hobbit from the movie The Lord of the Rings.
Man, if they ever have a movie that requires a werewolf character, this dude right here can pull that off with no makeup required.
Wait, hang on, let me go pull this up. Y'all gonna see this, folks? Y'all aren't gonna be able to unsee it. This guy literally looks like Bilbo Baggins from
oh my God,
Lord of the Rings and shit. He literally looks just like him.
Yeah, he really does look similar, by the way. He needs to get rid of those sideburns ASAP.
Dude, he's going to start talking about, I need to go back to the Shire. And it's going to be like, yeah, I guess you do. And he'll get another $40 billion bailout from us when he runs the Argentinian economy, or it kind of naturally does that down there in Argentina anyways. They always economically collapse like every 8 years. But we'll make sure to give him another $40 billion to float him a little bit more. But a big shout out to Javier Milei, a.k.a. Bilbo Baggins, really making sure to pull Argentina through the whole deal. It really has done him a good job. But anyways, moving us on out of that, being completely sarcastic about that whole deal, we do understand that a lot of people are talking about the United States placing sanctions on that Chinese refinery and 40 tankers involved in transporting Iranian oil to China. What are y'all thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that, Matthew?
Okay, so the U.S. has placed sanctions on China, which is a pretty decent move because China right now, the tensions are a little bit heightened because of the Strait of Hormuz blockade by U.S. forces. So what is China going to do about it, if anything? 41% said China will likely get hostile over it, while 39% said China will largely ignore this small move, while 13% said it seems like a 50-50 chance. And I would say on this one, I have a feeling that China will probably issue a diplomatic statement about it, but they're not going to go too crazy about it. I don't think they'll go too berserk. Now, the one thing that would get China to go crazy is if the U.S. forces decide to carry out their seizure threats on sanctioned vessels, and then all of a sudden they seize a Chinese sanctioned ship. If they did that, that would cause a very big problem. But I doubt the sanctions themselves are going to cause an issue. It might maybe cause some friction between Xi Jinping and the U.S. president, but that's expected at this point. So, nothing too crazy. So I think China will largely ignore it. I'm with the 38%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'll be with the 38% as well. I think that China's largely going to be ignoring the situation as much as they can. So moving us on out of that poll, we've also been able to see that there was aerial tanker activity today around the area of the United Arab Emirates, and we found out why. It appears that the United States Marine Corps F-18s from the halls of Montezuma have arrived here within the Dhafra Air Base just south of Abu Dhabi. Here we could see the tankers, the KC-46 Pegasus, or Pegasi if we want to call them that at this point, that landed here at the airbase along with C-17, most likely providing support aircraft to the F-18s, and the F-18s are probably over here in these nice little awnings inside of the airbase. I can actually show y'all this one here really quickly. Would y'all like to see it? Well, it doesn't matter. You're going to see it. Here's the little tents that the F-18s are in. So that's why we really can't see them, but we can see the tankers, which are conveniently right over here where these A-10 Warthogs were at for some time when the satellite picture was taken. How neat. How cool. Anyways, moving us on out of that little bit of news, it does appear that the United States is moving more forces into the area. We also were able to hear that the United States Department of Defense had to confirm today, because nothing ever says, folks, we're doing things right, like really getting headliners for the biggest thing, is that we have 3 aircraft carriers inside of CENTCOM's AOR today, which is the biggest amount that we've had there since 2003. I would hope that they'd use that military power to some good because, having 3 carriers there is really cool for a headline, but it'd be even cooler if we used them for our advantage, like opening the strait or doing something beneficial. But, I don't know. We'll have to see. And obviously, folks, I don't know as much as our great leaders. That, the democratic principle and idea of the citizens actually being knowledgeable and intelligent enough to be able to generally vote in people that would be able to carry out their will instead of the other way around. That's an idea that's long gone in this country. Clearly, our great leaders are way smarter than us weakling peon citizens. Moving us on into Islamabad, we also did get to hear that while the Iranians were claiming that they were not going to be talking to the United States, the Iranian delegation on board a Mirage Airlines A321 did fly into Islamabad, Pakistan today, and the U.S. Press secretary told Fox that Kushner and Witkoff will leave for Islamabad on Saturday for talks with the regime delegation, and the IRGC-owned Tasnim denied any talks in Islamabad and called the U.S. media liars. So we don't know who's telling the truth at this moment. And I would like to say that the U.S. would be the one telling the truth, but so far their reliability and their statements over the war so far has been about almost as questionable as the Iranians. So at this moment, we don't really know who's telling the truth, and we'll probably have to figure that out once Sunday comes around, and once we find out if there were any talks or not between the two sides. We did get to hear that according to the Iranians, however, they stated that no Iran-U.S. talks would take place during the foreign minister Abbas Araghchi's visit to Pakistan, and a senior Iranian source told Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim that information. Apparently, according to Ali Hashim, he is stating that Abbas Araghchi's delegation is going to talk to the Pakistanis, not to the United States inside of Islamabad, but that might also be a word game as well, and they may actually be intending to talk to the United States through the Pakistanis, but basically engaging in talks all the same, while pretending like they're not. So we don't know what it's going to be turning into in Islamabad at some point here in the future, but we'll have to largely see. But moving us on out of that, a lot of people are talking about that footage showing the large number of U.S. Air Force tankers down there in Abu Dhabi, and also the fact that the USS George H.W. Bush is in theater. And a lot of people are talking about what they think is going to be happening soon. And Matthew, what are people thinking, and what are you thinking as well?
All right. So, do you think attacks are imminent soon? 58% said yes, attacks will happen over the weekend, while 27% said no, attacks are probably about a week away, and 5% said the U.S. will probably force talks to succeed, and it'll probably end with negotiations. So I don't think negotiations are going anywhere. I think most people know that, by the way. For whatever reason, they're sending Witkoff, the real estate fella, and Kushner, the investor. I'm not even really sure what he does really, but why they're sending those two over there to go talk when they know it's futile is really pointless at this point. So I don't even know what they're doing. Also, I don't know why they're negotiating when we have a Secretary of State that should be doing that instead. So we've gone over that a million times, whatever at that point. But I would say we'll likely see attacks happen about probably in a week or two, I'd imagine, maybe. But I'll be honest, I'm not totally sure at this point because we don't really know, we don't know what the U.S. is doing. Right now, they seem to be floundering a bit with the whole Iran situation. So we'll have to wait and see. Only time's going to tell on that one. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say we might attack over the weekend. We might not. We might be engaging in negotiations. We might not be. If we engage in negotiations, you can always guarantee that nothing's going to come out of that. And then we also have to figure out whether or not we're willing to resume strikes on Iran and be able to conduct any and all necessary actions at this point now to be able to try and recover our strategic situation, which it doesn't really appear that might be the case. So we'll have to just wait and see on everything. At this point, folks, I'm just taking the Middle East day by day. Analysis is completely pointless, even just from day to day. Really have no clue where in the world it's going, and there's really no way to know at all because, one day, they can say one thing and then the next day it's the complete opposite. There's no way to even analyze what goes on down here anymore. It just is what it is. So we'll see. But moving us on out of the Middle East, it is now time for us to get on and over into the Americas, as we were able to hear that Colombia and Venezuela will be apparently announcing military cooperation to combat mafias. I didn't know they had a mafia.
What? Mafias? I thought they had gangs.
I thought they had cartels.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, I think they have all the above, possibly. It's literally like Criminal Central in South America. It's a free-for-all.
Man, they got mafias, they've got gangs, they've got cartels, they've got syndicates. They got about everything.
They got the favelas.
Man, they got them. They got Flava Flav. Man, they got everything. I mean, like it's just an endless list. So we'll have to see what happens down there. But it looks like they're going to try and crack down on the crime. We'll see how that goes. Also, by the way, speaking of actions and developments within the United States of America, we also were able to get a little bit of news today here in the United States. According to the news that came out today, the administration is set to suspend the Jones Act with temporary waivers in an effort to reduce oil prices, which will allow foreign-built ships to transit goods between U.S. ports. And we then heard after that the president had extended the Jones Act waiver for another 90 days, per the White House Assistant Press Secretary Taylor Rogers. The waiver was initially issued on the 18th of March of 2026. I gotta tell y'all. Oh, Briaga. This is a real beauty right here. Nothing ever says protecting the American worker like completely destroying an entire maritime shipping industry by suspending the Jones Act practically indefinitely at this point. And someone's about to say, it's not indefinitely, it's only 90 days. And they're going to extend this again and again and again. And the whole time they'll tell you each time this will be the last time and they'll keep doing it because that's what they've been doing on everything. But we are literally destroying an entire shipping industry that has supported hundreds of thousands of jobs in this country for over a century. It's one thing to say that it would be nice for our overseas territories to see that the Jones Act is suspended, which is true, but that's also coming at the cost of about 400,000 American jobs if we continue to suspend the Jones Act. The reason why this act exists and it's on the books is because foreign shipping companies shipping between U.S. ports is a significant strategic liability. Because if all of the U.S. companies are screwed over by the cheap rates that foreign shippers are able to provide between U.S. ports, if a war starts and all of those port-to-port shipments are run by the Chinese, you know what happens when a war starts? All U.S. port-to-port shipments stop because the Chinese recall all of those ships and they go home. That's why the Jones Act exists. It's largely for strategic logistics reasons. Now, as whether or not it's ripping off the overseas territories, which is a whole other story, and the way to fix that can be done through a myriad of means that doesn't screw us over strategically. But it appears that we are just going to actively destroy every single U.S. shipping company at this point that has thrived under the Jones Act because everyone has to suffer at the end of the day for poor U.S. administration, military planning on the war with Iran. So, you know, I hate to tell y'all, if y'all are, you know, if y'all are in any industry right now that might be prompted by the Jones Act, things are going to be getting a lot worse for the business that you work for, or if you own one of those businesses, it's going to be getting worse. And y'all might find that eventually y'all are just pushed out from the rate war that's going to follow because of all these foreign companies coming over and undercutting all of the U.S.-run companies that did the U.S. port-to-port shipments under the Jones Act. So we'll have to see how that goes. But moving us on out of that, it is time for us to move on over and back into Europa. Because we still have a lot of news coming out of the front lines in Ukraine. And moving us on and into the area of the war in Ukraine. We've been able to hear some news today, folks, from those front lines. Holy moly, the Ukrainians were really hitting the Russians up there near the city of Sumy today. Man. They're really going for him. Oh, bleh.
Oh
Opa.
dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh.
Oh, look, a couple of Russians. Oh, a lot of them, actually. That's like a whole fire team. And there's the drone. Get him, boys. Oh my God, the whole house
Oh
is
my
gone.
gosh, they brought that all they brought down the whole building.
Bro, that thing was brought down like Legos. And we see this Buhanka, which was abandoned in the street, getting hit. We'll say it might have already been hit before. They're going to do it over a second time just to make doubly sure. Now we see them going towards the woods, towards what appears to be, ooh, a Ural 4320. Oh, and a D30 behind it. Well, what do you know, folks? It's the lottery.
Damn. Oh dear, they went in there and it looked like they had a couple of anti-tank mines laying in the corner.
Man, would you look at that?
What is this? What it looks like an MRAP.
That right there, Matthew, was an Ahmad armored car.
That's kind of ugly.
It is. Like it's a 6-wheel armored car. I think that's actually pretty gross looking, but when you see them continuing to hit Russian positions all throughout the land.
They're going for this blue house right here. Oh, they went right inside. Huh.
Oh, Brian.
They didn't even knock at the door, those rude bastards.
Oh, that was a mortar right there. Oh, wow. It's kind of rare to see.
Well, of course it's mortar. It's a brick house.
A brick and mortar store, the house of corner store. But they really are getting them. Look at that.
Wow. Look at what they're doing.
Wow. I love it. It's beautiful. Moving us on down and into the area of our location unknowns, we got the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours as well. And according to Miss Deesa, the keeper of the records, a lower than usual day. Oddly, 4+ tanks is just above the recent average. And I say, it's going to be something else. 910 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed over the course of the day. Woo-wee! 4 APCs have been knocked out as well. 129 supply trucks and fuel trucks. Finger looking good. 4 main battle tanks. Ooh, spicy. 32 artillery pieces. Holy moly! 1,175 drones. It's good for your health. 1 MLRS. It was a beautiful one. And 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems. God dang. I was about to say something else right there, but a wonderful day in the loss report. I mean, it was a pretty decent one. Not the highest numbers that we've seen in infantry losses, but the Ukrainians are still making the Russians pay quite dearly for trying to continue on this war that they were going to lose since day one. Man, I gotta tell you, folks, one thing that you don't really see a lot of here in the States anymore is people saying that the Russians are going to win. Those people kind of just ended up disappearing, really. But anyways, moving on from that and on into the area of the Belgrade Oblast, we also got to see the S-300s getting targeted and destroyed today as well, bliat.
These are kind of expensive, aren't they?
Hundreds of millions of dollars, bliat.
Oh, look, there it is, I think. What did they put? Winter camo on it?
They put a winter camo net on it.
But it's not even winter anymore.
Don't tell them, man. Dude, it's going to make it harder to see them. Like, man, they're going to take the shit off. Like, let them think it's still winterable yet. It's only, like, late April. But there they go.
Oh.
Opa.
The Russian accountants right now are going, quick, blad, cook the books extra. We're going in the hole.
Man, they really are cooking those books. Like, bro, they cooked them so hard at the beginning of the war. I think they're literally scorched to charcoal at this point. They can't even try and cook them anymore. Oh, offer! And another blade. Oh, here goes another. Look at them take a run for it. It didn't work out. I tell you. Oh, opa! I tell you, folks, if the Russians would just walk out of Ukraine, because a lot of people every day want to say, oh, these poor innocent Russians. It's like, man, that's so sad. If only they would just not invade or continue to invade a foreign country, maybe this wouldn't be happening, you know?
Also, by the way, it's like, what are the Ukrainians supposed to do? Just like pack it up and go home and let the Russians. I mean, what they're supposed to do is pack it up and go home and let the Russians roll over their forces, take their cities, invade their capital, and simply say, well, you know, we didn't want to be mean, so I guess we'll go home.
Yeah, I mean, you know, folks, like, if you applied that logic into any other war, that'd be stupid. It'd be like, oh, those poor Germans in the SS, oh, tragedy that the U.S. forces had to take them out. It's like, I mean, really, it's like, you know, it's like, in war, especially with what we've seen with the Russians. I mean, the Russians operate behind the lines a lot like the SS did for the Germans in World War II. Like, when you see what they've done in the occupied territories for a couple of years like we have, you don't really have a lot of sympathy for this. And also, what's the alternative? The Ukrainians give up and surrender, and then the Russians are just able to conduct merciless acts of basically genocide against millions of innocent Ukrainians because we didn't want the poor Russian infantrymen to get hit. So we're just going to let the Russians lash it out on the Ukrainian civilians in the millions instead.
I don't think the Ukrainians are too bothered by the fact they're having to defend their country. I think they're taking much pride in it.
Nah, I don't think they're really too bothered by it. Also, by the way, we did get good news today, folks, that the Ukrainians have been able to push the Russians back in the area around the Severonsky Forest by a good bit, and have been able to inflict some significant losses on the Russian forces in this location. Unfortunately, we don't have any video evidence of that today, but we did get the Frontline reports, which were quite positive. We also got to see that down in the area of Konstantinivka, we also got to see the Ukrainian armed forces saving one of their wounded soldiers on the battlefield. And they had rock music that ensued. But we see them loading the Ukrainian soldier onto the unmanned ground vehicle, and then the unmanned ground vehicle took him on away. And now they're about to show us everything that happened before and after that part of the clip. You see him moving down the street past a destroyed drone, finding our wounded soldier here, who was hiding in the bushes. And we see them trying to help him out here while they wait for the unmanned ground vehicle to get here to be able to evacuate him. We see here that this drone is filled with a whole bunch of water. They're now throwing the water off of it to be able to take the drone to the wounded soldier and load him onto it and basically use it as a gurney of a sort, or an improvised gurney, to be able to transport him out with.
It's like having a robot dog follow you into the battlefield to get this person. That's probably very handy than having to, like, manually carry them out on a stretcher.
Yeah, really. I bet it's really convenient for them. Makes things easier, and also it doesn't require them to have like 4 guys on a stretcher team, which is massively beneficial because that means they're able to put some more firepower towards any kind of incoming Russian drones. So you see them now loading them into the cart and putting a blanket over them.
You just load them in there like groceries.
And now he is on the way. We see that they got him back to the position. And it looks like he's checking, I think, for first aid equipment. It looks like
He might be checking for bullet wounds, actually.
Maybe. And we see them now taking the wounded man on the way on the drone. And there he goes. We now see them going back towards the position. And that was the end of the clip. It's still showing us a successful medical evacuation with a wounded Ukrainian soldier on the unmanned ground vehicle. But moving us on from that, we also got to see that it was a fairly bad day for the Russians down here as well, as the drone forces were continuing to inflict significant losses onto the Russian Federation's armed forces within this area, including on this guy right here in the motorbike assault units. Maybe not a good idea to be in the motorbike assault units, or on the Russian infantry, or in the motorbike assault units again.
The Ukrainians did try to warn them, though. Like they went to the college classes and they tried to warn them not to join and sign the contract, but I don't think some listen.
Yeah, I just don't think they do. Isn't it so sad, Matthew, that all of these Russians went and basically volunteered to sign contracts, thinking they were going to get paid massively to go invade a foreign country, and then what they get in return is they get brutally massacred in what is called a war? Isn't that so sad? It's almost like they didn't even know. Like, it's almost like the Ukrainians didn't warn them in the college classes, and, there's not a whole giant move even inside of Russia for people to know that things aren't really going too well with the war, and yet they still signed the contracts. Very interesting to me with that one,
Yeah. Sign the contract.
Sign the contract. Sign the contract. But anyways, moving on.
Sign the contract, big boy. Sign the contract.
Man, that Ukrainian soldier that went to that class, he's like, sign the contract, big boy. Sign the contract. Oh, man. We can also see the Ukrainians taking down Russian reconnaissance drones around Pokrovsk, which ended up being a huge benefit today, as we'll see here in a little bit. We see them hunting down FPV bullet. And some people are saying lots were tricked or forced. You can't really trick someone a lot by saying, hey, join the Russian army, we're going to pay you a whole bunch of money. I mean, that's kind of a bit of a straight up thing, like not really tricking them all too much there.
They're tricking them now. I got them out here working.
Man, the Ukrainians tricked them. Tricked them out. Like,
I couldn't really finish that joke. But I started it, but I couldn't quite finish it. Kind of like the Russians with their war.
Man, man, I tell you.
I didn't know the Ukrainians were chefs quite like this. Chef Danny B, I think the Ukrainians might be giving you a run for your money.
Man, ratatouille.
Let him cook.
Also, someone said, I've seen videos of Ukrainian taking young men by force. Yeah, that's called conscription. And that's what happens when you don't show up for your conscription notice, because the Ukrainians are drafting people and have been for years. And if you try to avoid conscription here in the United States of America, there's going to be this thing called the local police, and they're going to show up to your place, and they're going to arrest you, and they're at least going to put you through a little bit of harassment before they let you go through the legal system and all that, because the Ukrainians are in a fight for their survival. So yes, the conscription officers and the conscription gangs are a real thing, because they're actually going around trying to get people to go put into the armed forces because it is a fight for Ukraine's very survival. So every man of the nation is required to serve if they're called upon by the state of Ukraine. But moving us on from that, we also did get to see Russian personnel and equipment being destroyed by the 3rd Operational Brigade right here. And oppa, yeah.
Oh my
Oh!
goodness. Oh, flaming truck. Look at that.
Up to your map,
Oh, this thing right here was already finished. It looked like it was destroyed before it was even exploded.
Dang, man, some of these are just going around making sure to thoroughly destroy them. It's like they've already been abandoned and pretty much knocked out, but they're going to make sure there's nothing left to even recover. Oh!
Yeah, they weren't letting these things last. These things aren't lasting. Oh, whoa. Oh, my goodness.
Well, up to your map, boy. I guess that's what happens. You know, that's what happens down here in Pokrovsk. We also got to see some Russian forces also getting hit by the 68th Separate Jaegers Brigade around the Pokrovsk front here in this clip as well. Oh, and there goes the FPVs. We see the Russians have decided to leave. But not quickly enough, boy. Up.
Oh, my goodness. It's like seeing a drone makes every Russian lose their ability to walk instantly. I mean, look at every single one of them flipping. Oh, my.
These guys went to the horror school movie of running away from things. They all got right off the ATV and immediately started crawling on all fours. Generally not the smartest thing if you're trying to cover ground.
Man, they're getting all primitive up in here once that drone shows up.
Man, I tell you. But moving us on from that and on further down the front, we also got to see the 66th Mechanized Brigade also taking out Russian artillery pieces within this area near Novopavlivka. Oh, there it is, a D20. A vintage. A nice year, really. Oh, a warning sign here. They're about to blow it up, that's what that means. Now they found another one. Oh, look at that. It's just so sad how an invading army gets wiped out for conducting an illegal invasion. Really makes you shed a tear. You know, folks,
They literally built a stick pile around that tank right there. That didn't really help.
nah, not really. Kind of made it a nice little preparation for a fire, a campfire, really. The artillery pieces like those little eggs that you throw in the fire to change their color, you know? Like, it's a little additional treat. But moving us on from that and out of the front lines of Ukraine, that is actually all of the news that we have for the day. Unfortunately, folks, we did not have a speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, today to have a little bit of a halftime show over. So we're going to be moving on directly into the second part of the stream where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, is it going to be an absolute blast. We get to talk about literally anything and everything in the second segment of the stream, except for religion, politics, climate change, and whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare or not. And of course, folks, we're going to be making sure to get on into that segment right about now. But before we do, we actually have a poll. Here. Matthew, what does that poll say to the people, and what do they say back to it?
Okay, so jumping into our final question segment of the night, we have a lot of good questions to cover, super chats, live chats, and Morse code decoders. But first of all, though, jumping into our poll that we have running, this is a very interesting question right here, with a very interesting result, I must say. So the question says, if you had to inherit a crisis as a world leader, which would you choose to deal with if you had to pick one of them out of these monumental crises that you could have to deal with? 39% said they would pick choosing to deal with the U.S. facing the Hormuz Strait crisis. 37% said the Baltic state facing a Russian invasion, and 12% said Taiwan facing a Chinese invasion. And out of all these right here, if I had to be put in a position to have to deal with one of them, it's a tough choice. The one I would hate to have to deal with, to be perfectly honest, is the Hormuz Strait crisis. Because I'm not even really sure how I would really handle that if I was put in that position. You'd kind of have to just play it by ear and try to dig your way out of a pit, basically. That's basically what the U.S. has done with that. So that would be probably the worst of the three. I would probably choose... I would say probably a Baltic state facing a Russian invasion, because the Baltic states can still call on Europe, well, which is NATO, to respond to that situation. And I believe that they can successfully repel an invasion and probably defeat Russia in that situation. So if I had to deal with one of them, I'd probably choose that. I would also say a runner up would be dealing with the Taiwan situation, but that's still going to be tough because China's going to bombard the hell out of Taiwan with drones, and it's probably going to be a free for all. Probably going to be pretty ugly. So if I had to pick one, it would be a Baltic state facing a Russian invasion. But Enforcer, which one would you pick?
I would pick facing the Hormuz Strait crisis head on. And how I would do that, folks, is I would blockade the Iranian blockade, and then I claim that in fact the blockade was our idea, and we in fact control the whole strait via our blockade, which has canceled out the Iranian blockade and has only made our blockade even better. And I would also claim that we don't need a deal, we need a deal, it's yours problem, it's our problem, we're going to blow up everything in Iran, and then we're going to do nothing at all, and the Iranians can in fact mine the strait even more, all at the same time. And that would truly make me a genius. And someone's about to say, no, it won't. But according to those people, the current man is for doing that very thing. So I would like to be a genius, and this is clearly a master stroke of pure genius. But beyond that, though, in all honesty, I would pick a Baltic state nation because they're a NATO-aligned nation, and it quite truly would be as easy as just putting U.S. forces in the Baltics and near the Suwalki in larger numbers, and that would largely deter the Russians from really doing anything. As long as you met them at the head before they could do something, it would be a lot easier to deal with it that way. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, folks, it is time for us to move on into the question segment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so moving into our super chats first here, and then getting into our live chats after that. Our first one is going to go to Luke UK, who put in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Luke, for that support and helping to keep the channel running. He said, "Evening, enforcers, and I think the UK should consider joining France and Poland's nuclear simulation and LSA."
I would agree. I think that France and Britain should team up to create a united nuclear umbrella that generally would operate simultaneously in any sort of a given emergency situation. I think that would be incredibly beneficial to Europe. It would increase their nuclear umbrella, at least its size, by twofold, because Britain and France have about the same amount of nuclear weapons. And not only that, it would also ensure that Britain and France will be the guarantors of all of the other European states' security, which would put them in a significant military position to be able to be the foreign policy leaders of what Europe does from that point on. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And I gotta give a huge shout out to all of those folks over there in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland that watch this show, because we appreciate y'all quite greatly. Incredibly, as a matter of fact. Britain is a great ally of the United States of America, and we truly appreciate y'all. We have a deep and rich history with your nation. Our nation largely came from the colonials of Britain coming to the United States. We all largely coming to the Americas and creating the United States. It is a great history that we have with Britain, and a great relationship that we have with them too, militarily and economically. And we thank you so much for being one of those people, from one of our great and esteemed allies who's watching from overseas, because we're always happy to have our allies watching the show alongside us here in the States. So a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $40 support from Jocelyn White. And thank you very much, Josh, for that $40 support. And we do appreciate it very much, from a channel legend. And Josh said, thanks for all the support, or thanks to all that support this channel, and Enforcer Matt for some groceries. And thank you. And take one from the chat. And LLT, LSA.
What's groceries?
You gotta get the groceries.
What are those anyways? Like, what is that? Do you buy it off of a tree? Do you pick it off like an olive? I don't know. But beyond that, I do thank you incredibly for the support for the groceries fund. And groceries were pretty expensive today. Let me tell you all what I got. And let me tell you all the price. So I went to Costco today, folks. I got the 2 gallons of milk that you get in like the cardboard box. I got some trash bags. I got some coffee beans, like whole coffee beans. I got one little snack thing to eat. Actually, I didn't even get a pre-made meal. Completely skipped out on those. And I got the little like pretzel cracker things. and I got some sweets, like very little sweets. Y'all want to guess how much that cost, Matthew? Take a rough guess at how much that was when it came out to the total.
150 smackaroos.
$94.
Oh, yeah, that's cheaper than I thought.
Yeah, but is it really that good? like
Well, yeah, in the modern economy, that's considered not too bad coming out of the grocery store, but it's bad in the scheme of everything.
Man, I mean, it's not too bad, but I mean, literally, man, my cart was literally just filled, like, like that little top rack thing near the handle, and then right below that, and the rest of the cart was literally completely empty. That's how little I had, and it was $95. At this point, folks, it's actually cheaper to just buy model trains with DCC installed and eat those, if you can find a way to eat them, than it is to go get groceries at the grocery store these days, nearly. Like, if I actually got everything I wanted, I probably would have come out there for one person with like a $200 grocery bill, which is insane to think about. But anyways, with that, I do thank you massively once again for support, because that's covering about half of what I spent today on groceries. And so a huge thanks to you for support. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have here a super chat from Salmon Ella, a salmon named Ella, who put in a 25 and said, "Good evening."
And a good evening to you, Salmon Ella. So, wait a minute, Salmon Ella? Salmonella?
Not salmonella, but I'm talking about salmonella.
Oh, Salmonella. Yeah, I know Ella. Good salmon. Big thanks to you for supporting being here tonight. I gotta thank you for watching, and I hope that you've been enjoying those nice, wonderful waters up there in Alaska and Oregon and Washington and British Columbia and all that, where the salmon like live and spawn and all that. I hope it's been a fun time for you up there, and I gotta thank you so much for the support, and I'm happy to know that man and fish can coexist peacefully. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $25 support from Thomas D. Orazio, and thank you very much, Thomas, for that support as well. He said, "Great work, and I really appreciate your relentless coverage every day and night. And if Europe's major powers went all in against Russia, if they start things, then how long could Russia's economy last against the EU's economic heft?"
I don't think they'd be able to last that long. Not long at all, really, because they're already militarily depleted because of their war in Ukraine. And the Europeans have quite a lot of economic power. They have an economic power largely to the factor of about 11 to 12 Russia's worth at this point, which means that they could outspend every Russian dollar by a factor of 12 every day. And that would make them win, guaranteed, because if you have a lot of economic power behind you and you have a decent amount of production capacity, which they've been working on over the past few years, they would generally be able to overcome most everything. It would be a little bit tough at the start. Like it might be a stalemate even, but they would be able to turn the tide eventually by superior spending and superior manufacturing, which I find so funny. Some people are about to say in the chat, by the way, to that one, "Oh, Europe's so weak. Oh, Europe can't do anything." It's like, okay, it's like, honestly, folks, I find it so interesting to me. Like, I can't understand this. Like, some people talk about, and I just have to say this, folks, because this is the thing that really stumps me with these people that think this way. They always talk about how weak the Europeans are and everything, but then they also talk about how we need to hold ourselves up to traditional values and European virtues and stuff. And it's like, well, you can't have it both ways. You hate their guts and you hate everything about them, including their history, but then you also want to act like there's something to emulate there, and it's like you can't do both, because that's just hypocritical. It's like, you either just hate their guts or you want to emulate their culture and their traditions and such that they had historically. So it's like, which is it? But outside of that, Europe is a fairly strong and powerful sort of a group. And whether some people are going to know that in the United States or not, jeez, that's gonna be an uphill battle. But beyond that, they would be able to do incredibly well against the Russians once they started to mobilize their war industry. So a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well, Thomas D. Orazio, because you have been around for quite some time. And I've got to say that it's a wonderful and incredible thing to know that folks like you are helping this channel to keep on running and making this thing possible. So a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a support here from Big Ron, and thank you, Big Ron, as well for that support. He said, "I've been saying that since 2014, that we were at the beginning phases of World War III, and we are on the verge now of everything going hot. Please be ready."
And I would have to say it's definitely getting there. I would have doubted that 4 years ago, but it certainly looks like we're closer now than ever. So I got to say, huge thanks to you for support. I'd certainly agree with that, and I hope that everyone would make sure to keep in mind that peace is more so an enigma than a norm. And it looks like we're going to be returning back to an age of war, which is unfortunate, but we'll just have to rise to the occasion and be able to pull through, so we will be able to fight hard enough to see that peace may return to our nation and our alliance. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a support from none other than Zyper Sniper 1. And thank you very much, Zyper Sniper, for that $20 support. And we appreciate that as well. And he said, coffee fund for the enforcers. And if the war starts and if the U.S. doesn't support Europe, then the U.S. might lose Europe as a trading partner, etc. after the war. So we need to show Russia that NATO is not a force to mess with in the LSA.
I definitely agree with you, Zyper Sniper. And that's something I think a lot of people also aren't understanding on the whole Europe thing as well. Honestly, I just watch so much propaganda come rolling into the chat every night about Europe, like, oh, Britain doesn't have a navy. It's like they do have a navy, and statistically, they have more ships available for combat service percentage-wise than even the U.S. Navy has, which I think, like, that was such a stupid documentary, because I watched it and they were like, only half of the British Navy is currently deployable at this moment right now. And it's like, then you go look at the U.S. Navy, and only 30-something% of it is deployable for combat duty right now. So we actually have a lower percentage than the British. So it's like, if everyone's looking at the British as something abysmal, then America is completely hopeless. Like, 50% isn't good enough. 33% clearly is not good enough, especially considering that we're supposed to be a global superpower. And then everyone talks about, oh, the Europeans, they don't... Well, actually, let me put it in the right voice. Them damn Europeans, they don't have a military. It's like they don't know anything about Europe's militaries at all. Like some people, folks in America, I find this to be so humorous. Their entire knowledge of the French military is that France surrendered in World War II. And that's it. They don't know anything about what they did before World War II, or anything of what they've done after World War II, or what their military looks like today. They just know France surrendered in World War II, so that's it. And their whole mindset and thoughts about France is that they just surrender, which is not true. France won more battles in history than any other nation on the planet, and still has been ranking up some victories even in the Cold War era and the post-Cold War era. So, a force to be reckoned with generally as a country, if we're talking about its historical trends. But beyond that, I would say that it would not be a good thing to lose them as a trading partner. It would be economically damaging beyond any degree that we could even think of. The only other thing that would be as economically damaging is if we completely somehow severed our relations trade-wise with Mexico. That would be the only other thing that would be that economically devastating, is losing Mexico. But Europe would be a horrific thing to lose for economic and military reasons, considering that they provide a humongous amount of value to us, and we also provide a humongous amount of value to them. It's an incredibly mutual sort of relationship that we have. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, we wouldn't be able to keep it running, and we wouldn't be able to talk about why our alliances are so important and why our allies are truly valuable, unlike our enemies, which provide us no value and if anything hurt us. But a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Seabass Smith. And thank you, Seabass, for that $20 support. He said, yesterday you were talking about how American leadership doesn't represent the American military, yet you constantly laugh at Russian soldiers dying daily. That's inconsistent on your part.
When in the world did I say that? I said the American leadership doesn't represent the American citizenry. I didn't ever say that the American leadership didn't represent the American military. I don't, like, you're literally just taking my words and just twisting them however you want to try and make that argument work. Because I was literally saying the other day, to people who are overseas, that the U.S. government doesn't represent everyone in the United States of America and our wishes. They more so are doing whatever they want. So, I can't even address your
comment. I don't see how the comparison even works at all. What's the American leadership and American military reference have to do with Russian soldiers dying in a war? I don't understand the difference.
Also, on top of that, I never make a comment like that because that would literally be brain dead, because the U.S. military, the U.S. administration does represent the military because the military is beholden to the orders of the administration. So that's the one thing that they do actually represent. So I wouldn't even make a comment like that because that would be absolutely ridiculous to make a comment. I gotta say this, I don't mean to kind of haul off on a super chat, but you literally just came up with words I never even said to try and get me on something that I never said once. So we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Oli Oli Oli, who puts in the 20. And thank you very much, Oli Oli Oli, for that support. They said, thank you for running the show. And something I wish was that you would recap very quickly in a couple of sentences what has happened in the day. And I work late and I often tune in for the last hour or so.
And thank you so much for the support. Oli, 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 oli. And a recap for you really quickly. Russia said that they're in a state of war with Europe today, and Europe is waging a war against them. And also France and Poland stated that it generally appears that war is inevitable with the Russians, and everybody in Europe needs to be ready for that. We're still in limbo land with Iran right now on the Strait of Hormuz. And then we also were able to see that the Ukrainians were able to land some pretty significant hits inside the Russian Federation as well. So a big thanks to you for the support, and I hope that does give you a really quick recap of all of the major events that happened today. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have here a 10 from Refractor OG, and thank you very much, Refractor, as well. He said, what kinds of additional middle capabilities do you think Iran could have? And what do you think the remote-controlled mines are capable of? And thank you for the expert-level info gathering and analysis and LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the kind words and helping this channel to keep running. Thank you so much for the compliments. Generally, I would have to say, as far as Iranian middle capabilities, I wouldn't really know at the moment. We just kind of know about the capabilities that we can already confirm at the moment, and generally any sort of speculation outside of that could lead into fanciful territory, which unfortunately many analysts do, and they start to get basically into fantasy land on their analysis because they start leaning too heavily into what is not known at all. So unfortunately, I really wouldn't want to go there for that reason, because then we start getting into fantasy land of what the Iranians can possibly do, and I think that they're pretty stretched to their absolute ability right now as to what they've been doing so far. On the other hand, I would have to say that the remote-controlled mines are capable of just sitting in the strait several feet below the water, and if a commercial ship or a warship tries to pass through, they can magnetically attach to the hull and then detonate, usually causing enough severe damage that it would lead to the loss of any ship that those mines detonate on. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Gary Bott. And thank you, Gary, as well. He said there's proof that Russia is missing troops along the Finland border.
And that's very interesting to hear, Gary. We'll have to look into that one, because I haven't heard that story myself, but we'll have to see if we can find any information on it. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, real quick, I am seeing here, you know what's weird is you see a post from Igor Gherkin. I thought the dude was in in the pen, but apparently his account's still posting is the weird part. But it looks like he's posting some clip here, apparently showing some drone going down, and he's claiming it's maybe one of the Ukrainian electronic warfare systems that took it down. Are you seeing this post, by the way?
Yeah, I am seeing it. It says Lima. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but
I think that's a Ukrainian electronic warfare system that's rumored to be able to take down Kinzhal missiles as well. I saw him posting about this before, because if you look at the quote tweet that he put below it, that appears to show a Kinzhal warhead dropping out of the sky right there. So I think he's saying that maybe it's a Ukrainian electronic warfare system that might be in use, a new one.
Maybe. It's interesting, though. I don't know how he keeps on tweeting. Maybe someone else is tweeting on his account.
It's got to be, because I think the Russians still have him in the pen, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, he's still in prison right now, and I don't think they'd let him have his phone and keep, tweeting stuff that he was literally arrested and imprisoned for.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have here a support from none other than Zyper Sniper 1 yet again. And thank you very much, Zyper Sniper, for the second support of the night. He said, we had at least 80 or so years of peace in Europe, and it looks like it's about time, or it's about to come to an end. And NATO has now all the Viking nations in one alliance. So Vikings, Europe, and LSA unite against tyranny.
And I would certainly agree. And I just hate to see that we're seeing well, we're probably going to see if things continue going the way they are and nobody here in the United States tries to stand up and stop this kind of idiocy. We're probably going to see the dissolution of NATO, not because of the U.S. Packing up and leaving. We might just see that Europe packs up and leaves because they don't believe that we're reliable enough anymore and we're too much of a danger to them. And that would be quite the shame. I don't even think a lot of people who would support that even understand what that would turn into. It would not be good for anyone in this country. It would be an incredibly bad outcome. Because also then the problem is that we can't get to the Middle East, which is something that a lot of those people don't think about because they absolutely love the Middle East, holy lands and all that crap. So it's like good luck defending, your whatever holy land you want to be, the Islamic holy land, the Jewish holy land, the Christian holy land, whatever sort of a religious nationalist concept you want to come up with. It's like good luck defending it because you're not going to be able to get to it because you can't fly through Europe anymore to be able to stop and refuel and then fly further on there. And then you also don't get Europe either, and you don't get to trade with them. You don't get to sell weapons to them. You don't get to do anything. I mean, it's the stupidest sort of a strategic outlook that I have ever seen, because it's going to lead to the United States becoming a small regional power, most likely, because we won't have any way to power project anymore. And then once we don't have that ability, you're going to see a lot of people in the United States arguing, why do we need such a massive military with all of these carriers? We can't even power project with them. And then you're going to see that the military starts to decrease in size. Basically, we're going to do what Britain did once the empire started to dwindle in size and ability after the Second World War. We're pretty much going to go down the very same route voluntarily, which is an absolutely dumb idea. And an approach to do. It doesn't do us any good. It only does us harm here in this country. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Irene Nazarian. And thank you very much, Irene, for that $20 support and helping to keep the channel running with that support. And Irene said, would it be a viable option to storm the functioning underground structures in Iran if we were willing to do an invasion? And how many people died when the U.S. bombed some of the entrances and they were sealed in? RM.
We actually don't know. We don't even know if anyone were in those tunnel networks when we bombed them and caved in the entrances. So, unfortunately, we don't really have any information on that, if there were casualties as a result. But I would say that it would be viable to conduct raids on some of those facilities if it was necessary with special forces in the midst of larger operations to be able to try and neutralize and destroy any facilities that were continuing to exude armed force over the blockade in the Hormuz. So, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a huge thanks to you for the support, Irene, and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ulf Hednar, who said, if the U.S. ignores Article 5, what would NATO do to punish the U.S.? And I imagine they would dump all of our treasury bonds and cut off trade. What do you two think? And I bet it would be enough to start an uprising, too. Now they could try to dump treasury bonds. That's possible. I think they hold a decent amount in there, and that would cause a economic upheaval here in the United States. But the catch is this, though: is Europe able to do that without repercussions? Because Europe still relies on U.S.-made weaponry, and the U.S. can cut that off if they chose to do it. So it's a bit of a dependency. Europe is trying to move toward its own domestic manufacturing, and they have a pretty strong base of weapons manufacturing in Europe, but they still rely on defensive weapons from the United States. So I'm not sure if they'd go that far, but they would definitely be angry. I would say they're already angry right now for a pretty decent reason. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, they aren't really that reliant on U.S. weaponry. I think a lot of people overstate a good bit how reliant Europe is on U.S. weaponry. In some instances they are, but most countries in Europe mostly use their own, at least the major nations over there, like France, Germany, Italy, and Poland. They usually make their own license-built equipment, or they buy from other European countries for the larger part. Some countries, that it's kind of different from country to country, and I have to make a huge amount of caveats and exceptions here. Like Britain buys mostly American air-to-air missiles. Poland also buys a significant amount of their aircraft from the U.S. and their air-to-air missiles from the U.S. and a good amount of their air-to-ground munitions from the U.S., but the rest of their ground forces generally use mix mash of all kinds of equipment, most of it being non-American, either European or Korean in origin. Sweden makes all of its own equipment from scratch.
I thought they used the Patriot system. They need Patriot interceptors. Don't they have a THAAD system or two over there?
Poland does, but Germany has the Iris-T, and also France has the SAMP-T, and then Britain has, I believe, the Sky Sabre, which is their own air defense system. And most countries over there actually, like outside of Poland and a few others, most of them actually have their own in-house built air defense systems, or they buy them from another European
Interesting.
country.
Yeah, I guess these days, with the war being fought mainly by drone warfare, you basically have to have Ukraine on your side if you want to win the war, if you're smart at least. So, Europe already has Ukraine on their side. They're literally funding Ukraine's success at this point with the $90 billion EU loan. So they have Ukraine already. That's one thing they can't get from the United States, because the United States doesn't have it to offer is an effective drone warfare technology like the Ukrainians have come up with. Well, the U.S. is trying to play catch up. They're getting there, but we're not there yet. At least I would say we're not.
Yeah, I would say we're certainly not with how things went with Iran. Definitely not at all. But outside of that, though, generally Europe wouldn't be that screwed. But also, Europe, like most world leaders, only take action when it's necessary. And the current president of the United States has given this idea that everything has to be personally driven, and either, it's the greatest thing that's ever happened in the world, or it's the worst thing that's ever happened, and now we have to actively try and destroy them, which generally most world leaders aren't narcissistic to the point that they just act like that 24/7. So most European countries wouldn't ever just try and punish the United States over anything. If anything, they would just do the bare minimum. They would just basically boot the United States out of their relations and generally minimize any contact that they have with us economically and militarily, and just go their own route and just act like we don't exist. They would only act like if we existed if we started to provoke them again. Like, for example, on Greenland, then you would probably see that they'd start to harass us a little bit or try and punish us. But generally, as long as we haven't done something that's openly hostile, like attacking them, they're mostly just going to cut relations with the United States and then just act like we don't exist for the larger part, unless we start to pose ourselves as a direct threat. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here from the Super Chats is going to go to Mark Dixon. And thank you very much, Mark, for that $10 support. He did not leave a comment, but we do appreciate that support very, very much. We also have a 10 from Valoran D, who said, "What do you make of these reports about the Pentagon shifting its official stance and pushing for the UK to surrender the Falkland Islands to Argentina as revenge for the lack of support over Iran?" I think the U.S. has officially denied that, by the way, and they've also reiterated neutrality on that situation. But I heard the Brits were going off earlier, and also I heard that apparently Argentina just came out and made a statement inflaming the situation. So the U.S., according to what they're saying, they didn't ever do anything like that. They never suggested doing anything like that. But if they did, that would be crazy. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say I generally that's what I heard as well, but if the U.S. said that, I mean, Britain could just say "kiss our ass." Like, who in the world are we to say that the Falklands aren't British? The British won a war over the Falkland Islands in 1982 to keep them. That's theirs. It's like Argentina can try and press a claim as much as they wanted on that. It's theirs. That would be like if we have a right to say that the Falkland Islands aren't British, then Britain has a right to say that the Southeast is the Confederacy, and we're not going to recognize U.S. governance over the Confederacy because the British only realize that the Confederate States of America are the only legitimate government in the southeastern United States. They could just do stupid stuff like that in turn and just do whatever they want to, or they could say something else like we don't even recognize the legitimacy of the U.S. government because the U.S. government is a terrorist regime that has stolen all of the land from the Native Americans. I mean, they could take any avenue they wanted to at that point if we said something that stupid like the island that they fought and won back from the Argentinians isn't even theirs. They could just go and make whatever stupid claims they wanted to as well, and we could just go in a back and forth of how many stupid claims can we make against the British and they can make against us about stuff that definitely isn't true. But I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. But I don't I for one don't really think that those statements were made. And on top of that, how in the world would the U.S. enforce that? Would the U.S. sit there and support an Argentinian naval invasion of the Falklands? Highly likely not, because then at that point we're becoming so hostile towards Europe that would end up creating truly disastrous results, kind of like I was talking about on the last super chat of Europe actually would start to harass us if we started taking hostile actions like that against them. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to 5D Strix. And thank you, 5D, for that $5 support. He said, thanks, guys, for all you do to bring us the real news on international military action. LOSA, and let's go.
Hey, thank you so much for enjoying it, 5D Strix. We thank you greatly for having been here tonight and enjoying the news, and thank you so much for supporting this so we can keep making this news possible. It is folks like you who go out of their way to support this channel, out of the millions of people who watch every month, that make it possible for us to keep it running because we're able to make a living doing this, and also make it possible for everyone here watching this show to be able to have a show to go to, and for you to have one to continue to watch. And we thank you massively for that support, because if it wasn't for folks like you with your kind words and support, we wouldn't have the ability to keep this thing running. And so a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have here a $5 support from Coopers. And thank you, Coop, for that support. He said, it's been 5 years. You can't conquer a country the size of New Jersey. It's just plain bullshit. What does that mean?
I don't even know. What country is the size of New Jersey that we've even talked about tonight?
I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know how to interpret this. At first, I thought maybe he was taking a jab at us and saying that Ukraine was the size of New Jersey, which is not. And I don't really know what he's saying, to be honest with you.
I don't really know either. And also, it seems like it might be directed at one of us. Because it says you're just plain bullshit. And it's like, well, I don't even, like...
You got to make sense first.
It's so vague, and it's so nondescript. Like, I love that about people who always criticize us. They always make their statements so vague and nondescript, you can hardly even get down to the meat of what the hell they have a problem with. They just come out of the woodwork and go, you damn bastard, you wrong, you so wrong. And it's like, they don't even tell you why you're wrong. It's like, you just got to figure it out.
Let's examine this for a second. You can't conquer a country the size of New Jersey. I mean, what prevents it? I mean, if the country, let's say the country of New Jersey has a shitty military, I mean, what prevents them from getting conquered? I mean, that statement in itself doesn't even hold up. There's a lot of factors that go into something like that. The size of something doesn't matter. I mean, you can be the size of Russia and get defeated. I mean, it just depends on the circumstances. So I don't even understand what the hell that means. I have no clue.
Let's see. You can't You can't conquer a country the size of New Jersey. It's been 5 years. Okay, so the only thing that's been going on for about 5 years is the war in Ukraine. And I'm pretty damn sure Ukraine is nowhere close to the size of New Jersey. It's a good bit bigger, about Texas or so in size. So I don't even know if that's what that's being related to. Geographically, the size proportions are way off. And also... then some people are saying he's talking about Israel, but Israel hasn't been at war for 5 years. They've only been at war for 3 since October 7th of 2023. So that doesn't even work. So the time frame's way off. And then someone said he's talking about the Falkland Islands. Well, that's not the size of New Jersey, though. We're kind of running into a problem that either it isn't the size of New Jersey, or it is, but then it hasn't been going on for 5 years. So there's something just so damn wrong about this statement that there's no way to even make sense of it to apply it to anything that's going on in the present day. Because either whatever's been going on with something the size of New Jersey hasn't been going on for 5 years, or if something has been going on for 5 years, it's not the size of New Jersey, it's about the size of Texas. So I don't even know what to do with that one. So we're just going to move on to the next one. Man, really? I mean, honestly, it's like, god dang,
man, I tell you what, I'm one of these type people. I think the enforcer is too. We don't really say there's any stupid questions out there, because if it's a question somebody's asking, then it's a fair question. That's the point of a question, is to learn the answer, right? But if it's something that's like a statement that doesn't make any sense, and also it's just like, there's no way to interpret something like that. I don't understand. And also, in the midst of that, also say that he said in the super chat, he said, you're just plain bullshit. I mean, you can't make an insult and then make a statement that doesn't make any sense. I mean, that's not going to go over well with anybody.
I mean, we got the damn Riddler out here throwing in super chats and shit, trying to make us figure out what the hell he's saying. It's like, dude, I'm not here to play a stupid word game, man. If you have something to legitimately criticize, lay it out in plain English. I mean, hell, I would say that we can't be full of plain bullshit. This super chatter must be, because they can't even speak the damn language they were born speaking to even get out the point of what they have the problem with.
Hey, let me give him one more.
Give him a second one. Can we get an encore on that? One more. There we go. Oh shit! Oh, turn up. Oh man.
I tell you, he got the triple whammy and the air horn right there. I tell you what.
But anyways, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $5 support from Little Bear. He said, I don't take whatever Russia says seriously.
I don't either. But still, nowadays we kind of have to, because it's getting towards the do or die moment for them. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And big thanks to you for supporting up with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Craig Savarese, and thank you, Craig, as well, for the 5. He said, would Russia attack the Baltic states considering the multiple battalion strength NATO forward bases there? UK, Canada, and Germany, to mention a few.
Let's see. Would Russia attack considering multiple? They could. Generally, those sorts of forces wouldn't really be the main problem. It actually would more so be the actual Baltic forces themselves that would be the main contender or the main issue in that sort of a war. And also on top of that, regardless whether there's any NATO forces that are there, the forces of the Baltic states are NATO forces as well. So generally kind of the same sort of outcome no matter what forces are attacked and who's really there. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Oli Oli Oli, who said, to be clear, my request for a recap was for the end of the show because I tune in at the second half of the show because I work late.
And I thank you for the support, and I would love to do that. If you want us to do that, just you can just ask at the end of every night, because generally it is a bit of a effort to be able to try and recap everything, because I kind of recap it at the start in my head and have the whole monologue down, and then once I get through it, I kind of let each part get deleted in memory in my head. So I'm like, okay, I got through Ukraine, now we're on to the Middle East, now I got through the Middle East, so I can forget that and move on over here. And then once we get to this point right here, I would have to strain myself actually to think about what we even talked about and what we were even saying over the past few hours, because it's a lot to keep track of and keep in mind every night, and then just kind of like pop back up and recap. So if you want us to do that, feel free to ask and I will make sure to do it. But doing that every night as a force of habit, yeah, I don't know. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also a 5 from Moon, and thank you, Moon, for that 5. And they said, hey, Enforcers, with all this war talk and craziness, do you think any of this war crap will end up on American soil? It's getting scary. Peace and heart to all.
I would say probably not. America is a fairly stable country. The only thing that makes it unstable these days is the polarization of domestic politics. But outside of that, I don't really think we'll ever see anything like Red Dawn on U.S. soil, because it'll be impossible. It is quite literally impossible for really any country to even make it here and land a successful invasion force in the United States and then support it in a continued invasion of the country. We would have to be so greatly weakened by the point that happened that most people in this country would be dead by then. So I thank you for the support, but I think that the chances of that happening is wildly low. And I also think the chances of a civil war happening are wildly low as well, because a whole bunch of people in this country love to talk up this big talk about how they're going to fight a civil war, but I'll be honest with you, most people I see saying that definitely do not have the mental fortitude to handle or deal with a civil war. Like, that's just like some sort of like a odd fantasy that they have for some bizarro reason, but none of those people are hardly ever going to follow through on that. They just say it to say it. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Catherine F., who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Catherine, for that support. And Catherine said, is there a NATO army per se, or would the EU countries mobilize regional armies?
There is no such thing as a NATO armed force. NATO is made up of the combined armies of the European and allied nations of NATO. So if a war started, all of the European armies would just go over there. It's kind of like how back in the medieval era, instead of it there being like the English army, it's the king's army, which is his own retinue and also his own knights, but then he also has all of his lords give some men and also themselves as knights in the war that is to follow, or the campaign that's to follow. So when you look at, like, say, what people will call the English army in the Middle Ages, it's not really the English army like a lot of people would think of the British army today. It's the king's army. It's the king's army as a broader sense, with his knights and his and also his peasantry that's been mobilized from the lands under his control. And then you have like Lord Barlow's men, who, Lord Barlow brings his own men under his own command to commit to the defense of the kingdom from his own fief, and then you have so on and so forth. So it's generally a similar kind of a principle to that. Technically, it's a NATO force, but it's made up of a whole bunch of different groups and different people brought from all over that are technically under their own separate commands for the larger part. But anyways, I hope that I was addressed it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support, and a great question there. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also have a $15 support from Duncan VR, all the way down from Australia. And thank you very much, Duncan, for that 15. He said, Bob Moo Wolf Quack, sir, it's fake news. He said that health man said you should eat 3 pizzas a day. What say you, Mr. Health Minister? Yeah, he call him, they say he's healthy. He say, he's real healthy. Look at him breathing in that mic. He's a healthy man.
The worms, they're telling me that you gotta try and eat all that red meat raw. You gotta put it out of the refrigerator and let it sit out in the sun for a couple of days, and then you can eat it. It's called sun drying your meats, and it's a really healthy thing to do. You just gotta pluck off the maggots sometimes because they gotta grow on them a little bit. But outside of that, they're really tasty. And one time I came up on a bear in Yosemite, and it was dying, and I sat there and I sat by it for 3 days while the buzzards picked at it, and I was watching the meat cure, and I had a taste of it, and it was so good. It was so tasty, you just wouldn't even believe.
But a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, I see Little Bear in the live chat saying that they put in a 20 with a message. And Forrester, are you seeing that on the Super Chats tab? Is I'm not seeing it for some reason.
And whose was that again?
It's Little Bears. If you go, and now I'm seeing it at the top bar. It's on the top bar. But if you go to fan funding, though, like that tab right there, I don't see it in that list in there, which is really weird. But I'm seeing it now on the top bar. I don't know what's up with that. Are you seeing the same thing, or is it a glitch on my end?
I'm seeing it. I don't know why it's done that. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know why, but apologies, Little Bear. Apparently, it did not list it in the message list, but it listed on the toolbar at the top. I don't know what's up with that. Also, I didn't see it in the chat earlier, so I don't know if it's glitching or what's going on. But thank you very much for that 20 Australian, by the way, and sorry for missing it or glitching or whatever happened with it. But Little Bear said, good day, lads. Please give a shout out to the Kiwi forces on Anzac Day in Australia, and thank you.
Hey, and a big shout out on Anzac Day. Very big holiday for all of y'all down there. It's a lot like Veterans Day for us, or as it used to be called, Armistice Day here in this country. But I got to say that I hope that y'all have a good Anzac Day down there, remembering the Anzac forces who fought in the First World War and all of those who have currently served and formerly served from the lands of Australia and New Zealand. And I've got to say that that's a really interesting thing to hear. I actually hadn't remembered that for today, and I got to thank you massively for reminding me. And a huge shout out to all of the Australians and New Zealanders who are celebrating Anzac Day today. So a big thanks to you once again for the support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Crispy. And thank you, Crispy, for that 20 Crispy support right there. And we do appreciate that. He did not leave a comment. He just left the straight up support. And we do appreciate that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you massively for the support, Crispy, because you're keeping things extra crispy around here. And that we appreciate. And so big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Stacy Colbeck. And thank you, Stacy, for that $5 support. I don't think I saw a comment attached, but let me double check real quick. And there is none, but we do appreciate support very, very much. And we also have a 3 from Wolverine, as well as a 3 from Plazoth. And a huge shout out to Wolverine and Plazoth for that support as well. And we also have a 2 from Jazz Jade, who said LLT, LSA.
I gotta thank you so much for the support, Chaz J, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. So big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $2 support from Go-Kart, who said, you guys are awesome and keep up the great work, and LSA.
And I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, we're gonna keep this thing going. We're gonna keep it running. We're always going to make this thing a reality because folks like y'all, all of the amazing folks here in the Lee Spring Army, are always supporting this channel and helping us to keep this thing running. I got to thank y'all all so much once again for y'all's incredible support, because if it wasn't for each and every single one of y'all, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, we wouldn't be able to make it a reality, and we wouldn't be able to cover the news like we have been for years. And so, a big thanks to all of y'all so much once again. And with that in mind, folks, that was actually our last Super Chat of the night so far.
Whoa!
That's crazy. Way ahead of schedule.
We are so early tonight. That's crazy. We actually have time tonight to get to pretty much all the live chats, actually. Like, that's a first in ages, actually.
That's a first in about 100 years. Like, I haven't seen this happen in forever. Like, I can't even remember the last time that this happened, but we have time tonight, folks. We have time for live chats. We have time for rabbit holes. We have time for everything now. Literally anything. We actually have like 40 minutes before the stream goes overtime to just basically do whatever, including answer all of the live chats. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so it's a free-for-all now because we have a lot of time, so it could get crazy. So stick around. But we have tonight the entire Morse code roster. We have Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, Arabelle Garbo, Her Royal Fluffiness, Kush, Kopateric, Sire, and Brian Blairstown. They said the Morse code says Russia sounds like they're getting encouraged by the scent of weakness. A shame. LOT, LSA.
And and that's the sound of money. I'll get that done on the nail. That's the Morse code message of the night. And I got to say, a really impressive thing, a wonderful and incredible thing to see that so many people have gotten that Morse code message correct time and time again. And so a humongous shout out to the Lee Springer Armor Sentinel Corps for getting that correct. And with that, we actually got 2 more super chats that just came in right now. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And this one goes to Game Theory, who puts in a 5. They said, with the U.S. dollar declining, do you think the yuan is the next reserve currency?
No. Like, no. It is so far down the list, the euro would become the next reserve currency well before the yuan ever would become one. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Craig King, and thank you, Craig, for that support. He said, how come Andrew started the channel but it became Enforcer Matt? Well,
Huh?
I will say this. It's definitely both of us. Like, Andrew is the on-air face of the thing. Like, during the streams, he's the one that does the monologue, stuff like that. I do the short war videos, most of the co-hosts here on the stream. But it is definitely a team effort. Like, without either one of us doing it, it would be extremely hard to run it solo. Like, extremely hard. A lot of my responsibilities are actually behind the scenes for the most part. Like, I'm running the Twitter behind the scenes. I'm doing things like that. Gathering news, doing research behind the scenes, and also I'm here co-hosting and also make the videos like I mentioned, and also the polls here on the stream as well. So it's definitely a team effort, that's for sure. And between the both of us, we talk off the air and we come up with some of our analysis as well. So it's a lot. And there's the entire business side of it, by the way, because we have to run the thing like a proper business. To everybody else, it just seems like a YouTube channel, but it's like a proper business. It's got all the responsibilities of that behind it. So generally, I'm on the business side of things for the most part like that. So it's definitely both of us. Andrew definitely started, though. Andrew's the founder of the channel, and I joined a month afterwards. But it's definitely a huge team effort. He said, just curious. And by the way, you're the best damn news around.
And thank you so much for the kind words. But the channel is the Enforcer. It's called the Enforcer because I'm the Enforcer, and I created the channel before like anyone else was around at all. So like it's like a team effort thing, but like I'm the Enforcer, Matthew's Enforcer Matt. It isn't just Enforcer Matt. And I think some people get like I guess confused these days, like as to who I am, like because everyone here is Enforcer Matt a lot more on air than me, because like you know Matthew butts in, so like you know it's like a big thanks to Enforcer Matt for sharing the breaking news. There's never like Enforcer this or Enforcer that because I'm the Enforcer. I'm always talking, so there's no introduction needed, you know, for that. So like generally it's a team effort sort of a thing, but I don't really know where you're getting the idea that it's just all Enforcer Matt, because you know at least here on the show, which is one of the you know main things we do where we're in front of an audience, it's like you know like 80% me talking, so like I don't like I guess I don't exist to some people, because I see a lot of people call me Enforcer Matt, and then sometimes Matthew gets called the Enforcer. So I mean I don't really know, but a big thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Kyle Padell, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Kyle, as well, for that support. He said, take my money, Enforcers. Just take it. At LSA and Best News.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And thank you for helping this channel to keep on running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have here, also Miss Diesel said, some people think you are one guy. That's really crazy. Like, it's understandable as we sound the same, and obviously we're brothers, so we naturally sound very similar to each other. But I've just gotten used to it. Like, sometimes people will be on my video that I make, like the short war video, like every other day, and they'll be like, "Great job, Enforcer," and I'll be like, they don't know. They don't know it's two different people. I could take it offensively or personally or something like that, but I don't take it that way. So I'm like, people aren't meaning it in a nasty way or something like that. They think that we're the same people, like some people do. We don't show our faces on the air because we try not to, we're not trying to become like a reaction style channel where we have our faces there and you're staring at our face, staring at our mug instead of staring at the news. So we don't do it that way. But if we did that, you could tell us apart because I say that, but at the same time, some people see us in real life and they're like, y'all look very similar facial wise. So I don't know. I don't have a beard. Sometimes I have a beard. Sometimes I don't. Andrew has a goatee. So you might be able to tell the difference possibly just from that. Maybe
but,
so.
But man, imagine if we actually had our faces on camera. You know what that would turn into, man. We'd have to like plaster like our last name on everything and like really get big into merch. Like we'd have to like put our face on all the thumbnails, in a certain kind of a erotic looking way. Like it's like
What?
like I'm making like a kind of like a bit of a reference, if you know what I mean.
Oh, you're talking about another YouTuber. I was like, what?
Yeah, but like that whole thing, and generally, folks, I'm not really a big fan of getting in front of a camera because it adds a whole other layer of stuff that you have to think about. Because you never think about it, folks, until you have to do it. But when you're in front of a camera and you're doing what we're having to do, we have to cover all of our analysis. And then we have to then do all of the news coverage. We have to think about how that works. Matthew has to do all the polls and all that. And then we have to be on camera the whole time. And then we have to think about how we're looking at the camera. If we look good, we have to really put like a whole bunch of extra effort into making sure that our appearance is up to spec. Because, like right now, and I've told you this for years, and this has always been the truth. Right now, I'm wearing a white dress t-shirt running this show. Because
Wearing a dress.
no, like a white dress T-shirt, like for like a suit,
Man, I tell you what, man, I tell you what.
I don't know. I don't know where you're getting at. That's what they're called. They're called dress T-shirts.
I'm joking, man. I'm joking.
Well, I mean, a lot of people might not be thinking you are, and then you might start something here. That's why I was like, I don't know what you mean. But it gets like 100 degrees in this room because the computer is running at full volume and just pumping out heat like a actual like heater. So like I have to like wear as light clothes as possible, or I start sweating badly in here. And that's been the way it was since Enforcer HQ 1.0 all the way to now. So I have to dress in something somewhat light. And so I don't really want to get in front of a camera and have to put on like a polo and, do all that stuff and everything to then try and look somewhat good. Because then, like, also another thing that people don't know is people are judgy as shit on the internet, and they'll just tell you the most heinous, offensive shit and just think that it's nothing. And then that sits with you. So if you don't look good on one camera presentation, people will just let you know in the hundreds. And it's really annoying. And it's like, I don't want to deal with that every night. So, like, and that's one reason why I've never wanted to do anything in front of a camera, because it just adds a whole bunch of extra difficulty to what we already do, which is fairly difficult to do in its own right without it being on camera where you can see our faces.
They banned me from being on camera because there was too much simping that started.
Man,
Oh man.
man, I tell you, oh man. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Kyle Padell, and thank you very much, Kyle, for that support. He said, Enforcer, did you ever find the coffee filters?
Yes, I did. They were hidden away in my pantry behind something else. So I did finally find them, and for some reason I placed them there and completely forgot about them, and then I didn't know where to find them afterwards. But I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Chef Danny B. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for that $20 support once again. He said, Chef Danny again. And me and my brother sounds the same as well. And if my brother answers my phone, people will start talking to him like it's me and ask food related questions he doesn't know anything about.
That's crazy. A lot of people do that with us. Like, a lot of people be like, oh, wow, they'll be talking to me and call me Enforcer Matt. And I'm like, I'm not Enforcer Matt. I'm like, I'm the Enforcer. I'm a totally different person. It's interesting because a lot of people in the chat have like one of two opinions. They either think that we sound so similar that that we're one schizophrenic person with split personality, or they know that we're two individual people and they can generally sort out which is which. I don't know. I don't know why that's the case.
And some people think it's two people with schizophrenia with also that problem as well. Two separate people.
Man, honestly, that oh man, like oh man, I'm telling you. But beyond that, that is true. Sometimes that is true. But a huge thanks to you for support, Chef Danny B, and we can relate to that. We can relate to that a good deal. And so a big thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have here a 10 from DWRB, and thank you very much for that support as well, good sir. He said, just joining, and I might have missed something, but do you think the U.S. will ramp up deployments to Europe proactively or sit back and wait for Article 5 in a reactive role if they react at all in LSA?
I think they're probably going to sit back and react out of those two options because the current situation is not at all proactive. It is very reactive, and even then, it's incredibly slow to react, if not ever reacting to anything. So a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have here a 5 from Game Theory, who said, I meant to ask the other night, you went from, you said you went to law school. Why did you not start your own firm? That's because we didn't finish law school. That's the catch. That's the big missing piece of the puzzle right there. I left after 1L, which is the first year of law school. And here's the thing. Like, I've been seeing people recently, like I saw like a comment on my video recently. It said, you're just a law school reject. I wasn't a law school reject. I voluntarily left law school near the top of my class because I didn't want to do it anymore. I was like, this isn't really what I'm like made to do right here. I'd rather do something else. I went into it for not necessarily personal reasons. I went into it more because it was kind of expected of me to a large degree, and that was a huge mistake. I should have listened to my gut. But you know, you live and learn. I did pay a bit of a price for it, but you live and learn, and I learned from that. So that's why I didn't start my own firm, because you gotta get through all the 3 years, 3.5 to be able to get through it. But Enforcer, what say you?
And yeah, actually, that's the same reason for me. I actually dropped out of law school. I think it was a day or two after Matthew. I hung on for a day or two more. Not really because I wanted to, but I was more so a little bit concerned of what would happen if I did, drop out a lot like Matthew did. Because when Matthew dropped out, I was like, damn, lucky. Like, sitting there, I was like, I don't know if I can drop out, because not to get a lot into our whole personal situation, but I don't really think either of us, I know I certainly didn't go to law school because I wanted to. And I know that Matthew really didn't go to law school because he wanted to either. I literally had no interest really in going to law school, but I was told that I had to go to law school, or basically I was told I had to go to law school, or I'm basically just a bum and a loser and a nobody, and everything else to come with it. So that's why I ended up having to go to law school. I didn't really like it. I did okay. I mean, I didn't do terribly. I absolutely hated it, and I was exhausted every day. I was only getting about 4 hours of sleep or less the whole time I was going to law school every day of the week. And then, whenever the exams would come around at the end of the semester, that was a damn pain in the ass, because I would have to try and cram in the middle of doing this 60 hours a week and 70 hours a week like we still are doing. I would also have to do law school full time and then try and figure out how to do both of them. And I hated that to the umpteenth degree. I think when I dropped out, my exam grades were like in the middle ground. They weren't the lowest in the class, but they also weren't the highest either, because I just didn't give a damn really. But beyond that, then we dropped out.
I still remember the day I dropped out and I decided I was going to do that. I was thinking about it several weeks before I actually did. I was thinking, I can't stand this. I'm like, this is not what I'm meant to do in life. Like, I don't enjoy it. I don't really like it. And also, like, I just don't like the whole circumstances around it. And I don't really see a future in it, really. I remember walking out of the doors of the law school, the front doors of it. And I remember a buddy of mine said, hey, Matt, where are you going? I turned around and said, I'm heading home. I got in the car, left, and I never went back. And that was the end of it that day. And I literally just hung it up that day. I never went back. And I never looked back either. I was like, it seemed a bit sketchy, a little bit scary at the time, because of course that was my preset path. But after I did it, I was like, I didn't regret it one day. I was very happy I did it.
Yeah, I was elated afterwards to have done it. And then everything else that's gotten us to Enforcer HQ 3.0 afterwards. Generally all pretty solid moves, honestly. Not really a lot to regret there. But outside of that, though, that's why we didn't continue on to create a law firm or anything. And I got to be honest with you, the law school we went to, and I have to make this disclaimer. I don't know if any of our former professors are watching, but speaking for my own self, half of the professors were pretty nice people, and I got along with them pretty good. The other half, on the other hand, were pretty rough, like very unrelatable and unlikable. And then the law school itself, the institution, was the worst thing that I've ever seen, the stupidest thing I've ever seen, run by about the dumbest people I've ever seen. And then also on top of that, I absolutely just hated the subject. Like, I don't really have a lot of interest in law, to be upfront with you all. I have interest in it from the academic and historic perspective, but not in the actual process of trying to do that as my profession. Not at all. So I just didn't really like most of any of it. And I think that kind of showed a little bit, at least as far as how I was getting through law school, because it was hell on earth to me. And then you have a whole bunch of like also it's funny because your introduction to the class, in 50% of the cases, which these were the professors I didn't really end up liking, basically is like, welcome to my class. Let me pull up this PowerPoint. This PowerPoint is to tell you how great I am. And it's like, okay. It's like, I thought we were going to be learning about what the class was going to be teaching us over the semester. And I was like, huh. I was like, okay. And then all like a decent amount of the student body, not all of them, but some of them would be like, oh, I was a paralegal here and there and all that. And then when they'd ask you, because everyone's basically like in a measuring contest there, then they'd ask, me, oh, well, what do you do? They'd be like, oh, well, I'm a YouTuber. And I just tell them what I did, and then they'd look at it. And then a lot of them would get jealous, and then a lot of them would act like there was a problem I was a YouTuber because it was better than their paralegal thing. And I was like, I don't care. It's like it's like they made it such a sticking point. It's like you couldn't help but not like bring that up almost all the time, and then they couldn't help but bring it up to you to keep it brought up. Like, honestly, I just didn't like the whole thing, but that's why we never went much farther in that. And I'd be honest with y'all, we've done a lot better at this than I ever would have done being an attorney. And also on top of that, I didn't like the profession at all to continue on with it. That was more so my choice to leave than it was that we got booted out. And on top of that, the other thing is that for a lot of people who say that's like shit, they never even made it to law school. It's like, so who the hell are they to talk? It's like they didn't even make it there to know if they could make it or not. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 super chat from Cornish Co. And thank you very much, Cornish, for that $20 support. They said, I appreciate your thorough coverage of current events. However, I find myself becoming annoyed with Andrew's sarcastic approach to criticizing the current regime. Your arguments are mostly legitimate. Your tone weakens it. Now, I will say for me personally, I try to keep it as neutral as possible. I definitely have my own personal emotional feelings about the situation. I try to keep it as basic as I can with that right there, without the sarcasm. I try to. It's kind of hard from time to time because they're making some really bad choices right now in foreign politics, but I try not to be sarcastic. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'm sarcastic about it because it's more so for me at that point than anything, because I cannot tell y'all how, I cannot tell you, speaking to you personally, since you've brought up a grievance about it, and it's probably a legitimate grievance, but I cannot tell you how much that is infuriating to me off air. And so I try and hide my absolute rage about the idiocy of what's going on with sarcasm, so he doesn't come out as pointed and as angry as I really am about it. That's really more so why I do that. It's not because I sit there and I think it's snarky and I think it's cool. It's really more so that way I can kind of grit my teeth through it and say it in a sarcastic way without just saying unfiltered exactly what I think, which would offend even more people than me saying it sarcastically. That's generally why I do it. So I do thank you for the support and help with the channel to keep on running. But I gotta tell you, I mean, like, if I don't say it sarcastically, and it might be annoying, you probably are right on that, but if I don't say it sarcastically, it's gonna come out in a lot more frustrated, jaded, and angrier way than you've ever heard, and a lot more people would like that less than what I do right now. So I do thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does the rest of the best I can. I hope that kind of explains why I do that, and maybe tamps down a bit of the frustration with how I put it, because if you heard how I talked to Matthew about this off air, how damn frustrating it is to watch someone run U.S. foreign policy into the damn gutter every day like a fool, and then treat people like idiots because they point out how damn stupid it is. you would start to realize that this has pissed me off beyond no measure at this point. And it's not just the thing in the Middle East, it's everything. The threats to invade Greenland, distancing all of our allies away from us, pissing on everybody, misusing munitions, misusing resources, having absolutely shitty foreign policy approaches to situations that would be generally easier to deal with if they were executed properly. The endless,
Yeah,
like everything, like
yeah. And
like James Man's getting freaked out
I'm
about it.
trying to add something in.
Well,
I'm
go
trying to
ahead.
add something in. But but to me personally, I try not to get sarcastic because that can get old to the audience after a while. Like I'm obviously frustrated with what's happening as well. Sometimes I'll let that out, but I know over time though, like for people that listen nightly, that's probably going to get old after a while. So that's generally why I steer clear of it for the most part. Because if people are going to find it irritating, trust me, people are going to be irritated without me having to make that known. So that's why I generally steer clear of it.
Well, here's the issue though as well, is that it doesn't matter, folks, what we say, because the analysis is neutral, and if something's good, it's good. If it's okay, it's okay, and if it's bad, it's bad, and it's called for what it is. And everything so far has been bad. We don't really have a lot good to report on. So we put that, like what I've seen, folks, especially since the new administration has come in, is that there is like, just to explain to y'all how it's come across to me, there's basically a cult worshiping deal that goes on there. And so if we say anything rather than this is the greatest person alive and we're thankful that he's here, because otherwise we wouldn't even have the knowledge to breathe and mouths to eat with. He's such the greatest guy. He can't do anything wrong and everything's going great. And if you say anything less than that, it doesn't matter how neutral you put it, how non-sarcastically you put it, or how politically you ramp it up to actually be, these people are just going to come and attack us no matter what.
That's the
Happens
fringe.
every night.
That's the fringe though, and the fringe are always the loudest. So you can't conflate the small percentage of fringe that are the loudest with everybody else because everybody else is listening that's not like a fringe lunatic. It's going to get old to them just while you're addressing just that small group of fringe people. That's why I generally steer clear of it.
Yeah, but it's not always a fringe group. There's also folks who have watched for a while. When we sit there, like at the beginning of this whole thing, at the beginning of the administration last year, we would say stuff like, distancing from Ukraine, that might not be a good idea. And I would explain it, folks, as calmly and clinically and analytically as I could. And we would get the same, ire then from those people that we do now, no matter how we put it. I mean, anything that makes the current guy not sound like he's basically Jesus walking on water and he's performing miracles, anything less than a statement like that, no matter how you put it, you get the same comments from that same group of people, no matter what. Like, and it's like that gets tiresome. At least on my end, because it's like, damn, it doesn't matter how I say it and how much I try and reserve my actual feelings to make it as clinical sounding as possible. We basically get the same pushback every single night from that group. Like the last group, like the left-leaning group in the last administration, it was rough, but I gotta be honest with y'all, with the amount of pushback that we got from them with our criticisms of the last administration, it actually doesn't even really pale in comparison to what we've been getting through the current one. I mean, it is like it is so crazy to sit there and just watch an army of people who cannot literally accept anything less than this guy is basically Jesus reincarnated. It is insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is insane. I know exactly why that is, by the way. Like, there's a very clear answer to it. And I'll just say it without naming off names, but it's a lot different when voters like the person that they're electing. It's a lot different than when they don't like them. Like, I would argue that the last president, there wasn't a whole bunch of people that was super wild about him for the most part, even the people that voted for him, but they wanted to pick him because he represented their interests in what they felt was the best. But the current guy, there's actually people that genuinely love him to the point of almost being cultish to a degree. So that's why you have a lot more people that are very vehement in showing their opinions about the guy, is because they actually genuinely like him to a point where it's actually a huge fault, actually, to a large degree.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the big reasons why, but that's also why, folks, over the past year and 4 months, like my kind of like threshold, and also the other thing is that I'm the one having to say Like, and I don't know. Like, this is kind of what I think, so I'm just gonna throw it out there. I'm the one who talks 80% of the show, and I'm usually the one who's like throwing out everything. Like, like as far as like the monologue goes, first and up front. So I'm the one who breaks down the analysis before we get to a poll or anything. I'll be like, this is happening, and this might not be good, and it isn't good because of these reasons, and this is what it will turn into. And so everybody like just wants to go at me and be like, the forces an idiot. And it's like, it's like that just gets old, especially when I went about it at the beginning of this administration as professionally as I could, and I got that shit. And then it doesn't really matter now if I'm sarcastic or if I basically just say I don't really like the guy. I get the same response no matter what. And it honestly is a little bit easier to get that response, be like, well, they can kiss my ass and I'm just saying something more upfront and honest to what I'm thinking, rather than trying to make it sound as precise and clinical as possible, because it doesn't matter, because literally the same crowd of people gets the same result, like knee-jerk reaction, no matter what you say, if it's not positive. So that's kind of the reason why, because Matthew talks on air and gives his analysis and points, but I kind of like, as far as it goes for me, because I'm the one who just yaps endlessly, I kind of get more of the fire on anything, because there's more to criticize because I say more on air, and so it gets a lot more annoying to me, because it's like, damn, it's like I'm just getting dogpiled every time I bring up any analysis, and it's just the analysis, and it's not painting the guy in a perfect light. And then it's like, it gets tiresome to get shit on like that for just doing the analysis I've been doing for 4 years. And it's just because this guy's orange and he has a cult of personality. This guy's God on earth, and I can't criticize the guy, unlike the last president, which I did 24/7.
It's super fascinating to me, like just from a political science perspective. Like it's genuinely fascinating. Like there are very few democratic or political leaders in democratic governments that have such a vehement, strong following as the current president. I'm going to say this as neutrally as possible. I'm not trying to make jabs at one political party or another. Just from a purely objective standpoint, it is remarkable how that guy is like basically formed the democratic equivalent of a dictatorship cult of personality to a large degree. I mean, what he's accomplished here is as close as you'll get to what Kim Jong-un experiences in North Korea. But we can't go quite that far here in America, because North Korea has a whole different governance system. They're a dictatorship. So it's naturally built into the system that he's automatically worshipped. Here in the United States, in a democracy, you have to work a lot harder to get people to worship you like that. Like, you have to work a lot harder to get to that point. And the way he's been able to do that is remarkable from an objective sense, but it's kind of concerning, though, because in a democracy, people have to think independently. And if they shut down their critical thinking, then you start having people that are following a person and not the country and the Constitution, which becomes a problem. But I will say, there's only been a handful of people in history that's been able to accomplish that. And unfortunately, the ones that have accomplished it in the past, they were usually quite bad. And they also went down in the history books as being quite evil. Not saying the current guy is necessarily evil. That's up for you to decide. But in the history books, they're usually quite bad.
We won't we won't get into that one. But it's some. I saw someone say, I can't imagine being a politician in my entire personality. I can't imagine people like. I cannot even fathom, just to be upfront. I'm just gonna just air my opinions out of y'all. I cannot even imagine how sad the lives of people must be that get so deeply entrenched in politics that it's everything that they are. They literally don't have a life beyond just being obsessed with this stupid made-up culture war they've gotten into on the left and the right. Honestly, I pity those people, because they're so miserable and they're so sad, and they have so little of a spark or a fire in them to have any interest beyond just being angry and hating someone somewhere for no reason, that they make that their entire deal. I don't get it. And then also they act like they must demand adherence from everyone else. We dealt with that in the last administration, which honestly was light compared to this one. Because if I sat there and said on air, folks, because I said this one a million times, in a less direct way, Biden's really screwing up with the Houthis because they'll be able to blockade the Bab el-Mandeb at some point in the future and all of that. And people would give some pushback and be like, oh, you're a MAGA Republican and all of that. And it was like, that's not too bad. But nowadays, if I say something like the president of the United States is being weak by not militarily clearing the Strait of Hormuz, we will literally have basically like a cult summoning. It's like summoning a demon almost in like the ritual that just pops up in the chat and they will go off basically endlessly until we like go out of our way to ban them. It's so weird. Like I've never seen anything like that. And it's like, it's really tough to deal with every night because it's with hundreds of them, like bots and real people combined. And it just gets annoying because it's like, damn, we're just trying to do our job and do what we've done for 4 years in the same way we've done it. And they make it almost impossible, like at least for me, without me getting extremely frustrated at the idiocy of it. And then you can explain something in straight up terms like, like for 9,000 times, Venezuela doesn't replace the Middle East because Venezuela doesn't produce the same amount of oil as the Middle East. It produces basically nothing compared to the Middle East. And they'll still bring that up no matter how many times you address it. And they'll just act like it doesn't work because it doesn't fit their little mindset that they have, that it's all 4D chess and whatnot. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Old Warrior Fella. And thank you very much, Old Warrior, for that $20 support. He said, yesterday you showed a drone flying into a Russian apartment building. The target in that building was an FSB meeting, and they say they got 27 FSB confirmed.
Oh, really? I actually didn't hear about that. I do thank you for the support and sharing that with us. That's quite interesting to hear. And I do thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a super chat here from Madboy, who said, great show. And who will be the next POTUS? That's impossible to predict right there. That's very impossible to predict. We don't know who the candidates are going to be yet. It could be someone unknown, possibly, or it could be somebody that's generally already involved in the slimy business of politics. But Enforcer, what say you?
I wouldn't even be able to tell you, sadly, but I can tell you who I wouldn't want to be. I wouldn't want to be any of the popular faces from the left or the right that they are pretty much grooming for the candidacy for those parties right now. I look at all of them and I can find a million flaws with them, like key flaws where it's like these people are not made for leadership. They need, like, what they need to find, folks, is they need to find the boring people they used to pick, like the people who were just generally likable, fairly boring, and they treated it like an office job. We need people like that back. We do not need these, like, social media diva idiots that wander around in the political field these days that just run their mouths really loud and they say nothing of substance. They say so much and yet so little at the same time. We need less of those people, and we need more of those boring people from back in the day, like, Kennedy or like, FDR or Teddy Roosevelt, people who just did the job as a job and did it well because they had to care for the country. So that would be my answer. But beyond that, I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly who. But a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Game Theory. He said, Andrew's humor kicks ass.
Oh, I think
what the hell does mine do? Just sit here and just flounder or something? I mean, come on.
Man, I'm telling you, super chats like that are always mixed because it's always like, oh, thank you for the individual like support, but then it's like, yeah, what does it say? Like, what does it say about the other? There's some people are like, man, Enforcer Matt rocks. I always be like, damn, do they not like me? I'm like, shit. It's like, man, I tell you, oh man, I'm telling you, I get no respect around here. But beyond that, a big thanks to you for enjoying my humor. But Matthew has some really good jokes as well. I feel like we complement each other with our like jokes really well. We usually build up our jokes off of each other on air. It's a pretty good dynamic. A very rare one. You rarely ever find.
You think
that.
I'm amusing?
Dude, I think you're hilarious.
What do you think you think I'm amusing? You think I'm a clown?
No, I don't think you're a clown. I mean, I just thought you were funny.
I mean, what do you mean you think I'm funny? Like, what you think I'm here to amuse you or something?
Listen, T, I thought you were a funny guy. Like that thing's from Cambridge. Like that thing's from Camden.
I had this kid. I hit him scared. He saw him. He was scared.
Man, but honestly, like all jokes aside, I think a lot of jokes would fall flat on air if we didn't have each other to bounce off of, because we would literally be playing, like, we already play to an empty room and have been for years. But if we didn't have both of each other on the air, we would literally be playing to a dead room with not even one person to react live, which would be tough. But a big thanks to you for supporting this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
I'm disappointed with how many people didn't get that reference right there. I see 3 or 4 people getting the reference. That was a Joe Pesci impersonation, by the way, from what was the movie? Goodfellas, I think it
Yeah,
was.
yeah,
It was out of that
yeah.
movie right there. Yeah, it was an impersonation. Some people being like, "Damn, man, he really went off." It was an impersonation, people. I guess I'm not funny after all. But anyways, jumping into our next one here. This one goes to Cornish Co. once again. He puts in a 5. They said, "Fair response and understandable reasoning. I often agree with you. I just like to hear it straight."
Yeah, I thank you for the support, Cornish, and like it's annoying. I would have to agree with you. I know it's annoying. I know it's annoying. I'm an annoying guy sometimes. I can tell you that. I grew up hearing that a lot. But it's hard to give it straight because it's hard to give it straight because I was kind of explaining earlier, but to really just narrow it down and boil it down to its most basic element, it's hard to give it straight because back when I was giving it straight a year ago, when this administration first came into office, the amount of like insano attacks and bullshit that would happen in the live chat would get so infuriating that it really just gets to the point that you kind of got to layer it in sarcasm because it's like, there's about to be a whole clown attack that happens in the chat because they can't handle hearing that the cult worship dude isn't doing cult worship shit. And it just gets so annoying to have to battle with that it's like it's hard to give it straight because I basically just know no matter what, I'm lining myself up in front of the MAGA firing squad at this point. Basically, if I say anything that's not perfect about the guy, and that just gets very annoying to deal with, and so then I start getting sarcastic about it. So I hope that does address that well, and then honestly, that's not even that far off from the truth because they say that the opposition is the enemy within and shit. I mean, that's literally like no joke. That's kind of what they said in Germany in the 30s about their opposition, the enemy within, and all that. And it's like, it's like honestly that was almost like a joke, and then I sat there and thought about it. I was like, well, no, actually that's generally what they say about people who don't agree with literally everything the guy says, is that there's some sort of
Yeah.
an enemy within and all, which is very annoying as well and very disingenuous for a group that claims they're all about free speech and freedom of thought. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, I see Paul said, "That's you posting like crazy on X then, Matt?" And that is me, by the
Yeah.
way. If you see something posted on Twitter, 99.99% of the time, it's me posting over there. I've been posting on the Twitter for several years. I remember starting the Twitter back in the day, and not a whole bunch of people believed in it. It was not the biggest thing. I will admit, it started off kind of slow with the Twitter, but I had the vision for the Twitter, and it took off, and it's been going great ever since.
Oh,
A lot of our connections have come through Twitter, actually, that we've made with other YouTubers. Not the ones originally, by the way. Like the original connections on the channel, those are a wash, except for like a couple of them. We're still cool with a couple of those people, but a whole bunch of them, not really cool with them anymore. But we've made a lot of connections through there, which are very unique connections. I would say it's very cool to have them in the first place. They came through the Twitter page. It looks like that's generally where most people kind of hang out for the most part, and we've gotten a lot of exposure for the channel
it's
here on
really cool.
YouTube through there. Yeah, it is pretty cool.
But also that's another thing that just hit me. Matthew will make like will make largely political comments to a degree, like stuff we really wouldn't say on air on Twitter. And then people in the comments below that will be like, "You stupid ass enforcer!" They think it's me because I'm the one who says the more politically, well, not really politically, but the more charged comments on air. So then they think that I'm the one tweeting that on Twitter. And I'm like, it's not me. It's like we both think this shit. It's just that Matthew
But that's
doesn't
the way
say it
it
on air as
works.
much.
That's the way it works on Twitter, though. Like on Twitter, we have to sort of bend our policies a little bit over there because the way I've grown the Twitter page is kind of engaging with Twitter's algorithm. And Twitter's algorithm, based on my experience, I'm not sure if they've designed it this way or just simply worked out this way. If you engage with things that are slightly political, it boosts your channel quite a lot. If you don't, your channel kind of just is mediocre to a certain degree and it really doesn't go anywhere. So I've gotten more exposure engaging with the geopolitics side of politics to a certain degree. And that's generally why we kind of bend the rules a little bit with that. But Twitter's a free-for-all, though. I mean, even if you say something completely mundane, you'll have like 50 people cussing you out in the comments. That's just the way it works on Twitter. It's like a free-for-all. It's kind of like Reddit a little bit with that. It's just a lot of like strange, angry people that love to comment on Twitter for a large part.
Yeah, that's true. But also like some people over there think that I'm the one making those tweets and all the other tweets are Matthew or something, or they just think all of them are me. And it's like, no,
They've
no, no.
learned
It's
it's
like,
me.
Huh?
They've learned it's me.
Yeah, they've
Because now in
learned.
the comment section, of the Twitter post, I'll see people saying, "Enforcer Matt, this is stupid." I mean, oh, they know it's me now. Like they're not confused anymore.
Back in the day, they used to think it was me, so they would think that I was saying they would think I'm saying the statements on air that they take political, which is basically just saying, the current president isn't a god who cannot do wrong. So then that pisses them off, and then they go over to the Twitter, and then they see a comment from you, and then they think it was from me, and they'd be like, "That damn enforcer, that stupid bitch," and I'd be like, I'm not the only one saying this, all right? It's like we both generally agree on, like, that we both agree with what I say on air. Matthew might not agree with me saying it as forward as I say it sometimes, which we talk about off air from time to time, about how far we should go with it. But he also agrees and generally posts that kind of stuff on Twitter because we're both basically on the same page about what we think right now on the foreign policy side of things and everything else with how it's going. I mean, why do y'all think I get on air and say all the stuff I say and Matthew doesn't, say, well, I don't know about that? It's because we agree on it. It's just that, we don't really know how far to take that or not. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Althednar who said, "Ever heard of the Forward Party? They're pretty centrist and anti-corruption. They also have decent momentum in Utah too." Now, I've never heard of that, but I will say this: like you gotta have somebody. If you're gonna create a third party in America, you have to have a little bit of name recognition behind it. So somebody that's in charge of it has to be known, not necessarily a celebrity, but I think that might help. But you have to have some ability to get the message out there really widespread, or recruit somebody that can get that out there. You really can't run with a third party these days in the age of social media and not have some way to get a larger reach. And then also, by the way, if you want to go get a PAC to support you, by the way, then you're beholden to the PAC, which becomes a big problem, and it probably negates the entire reason of the third party. So you kind of got to recruit somebody with some name recognition. I'm not sure if they have somebody or not, but they probably need it, whoever they are. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say it's interesting to hear. Generally though, my idea, and just kind of like tell y'all like my kind of like track path that I'm kind of thinking of in my mind in the future, is that eventually we are going to start kind of morphing the LSA into something that's kind of like quasi political sort of, and
What?
then well, I mean, not like like leaning into like Republican Democrat stuff, but saying, like these are the things that would be important for our nation. This is what we should be trying to do, and then basically just trying to meld that into one of the parties or the other that exists right now, and make that a sub movement within those groups, because that's really the only way that I could think of in my head that the kind of stuff that we say would be able to make any sort of headway is basically just fusing it with the other group and then saying this is like an offshoot sort of an idea within this group, and then either seeing that changes the system to where it leans more towards what we think, and we might not ever win, but at least we'll change the system in one party or another a little bit to the better, or we end up basically pioneering that group. It takes over as the primary group within one party or the other, and then we end up launching on into hopefully pretty significant political careers, changing the political landscape, a lot like Teddy Roosevelt did back in the day with his populist movement in the Republican Party, which basically changed the face of how politics was managed for the next 60 years after that, and much to the better than to the detriment. So that's kind of what I've been like kind of thinking a little bit, but also don't take that, folks, as, they're political. No, not really. Like, a lot of the stuff that you'll hear us already say on air, like people need to have, better pay, better quality of lives, stuff like that. It would be the same stuff we say now. It's just that we would have to figure out a way to try and start eking that into some quasi-political field to where it could then shift in one party or the other and hopefully do some work for the better than for the worse, like a lot of people are doing these days. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 here. Also, by the way, we're going to keep the channel non-political, by the way. Like, Duff Fletch, I hope you keep it non-political. We're not going to push an agenda. Like, also, by the way, like, we're going to talk about that behind the scenes and stuff. Is we're a news channel, first and foremost. We're not trying to push any agenda here or anything like that. The only agenda we're pushing is pro-democracy and pro-the West. That's been always our thing, like, for a long time. So, Ukraine's pro-West. We push Ukraine. Obviously, fighting against countries like Iran, that's pro-West or for stuff like that. But, we're going to keep it neutral, not push any agendas or anything like that. But anyways, moving into our next one, this one goes to W Step, who said, 3 superpowers divide the world up 3 ways. Problem solved.
And I'd have to say, Not really. Like, because they're always going to be looking towards our detriment. So we're basically going to have to give up a lot of our own sphere and give it to other countries, and then they're still going to try and encroach on our piece of it. So I hope that does address that well. And also to clarify, because I think Matthew's misunderstanding what I'm saying here, the same stuff we're saying on air, like as far as we make it as non-political as possible, and we say things that don't even fall within the political framework in the modern day in the country, like for example, saying stuff like last night I said, I would like to see that a federal grant is made to where cities can build high-end public parks and public infrastructure for the common good of the citizenry, stuff like that. Like, it's not like I'm not at all wanting to say, okay, let's turn into a Democrat or Republican channel. I would like that would kill me internally, folks, if I ever said that. Like, I could never do that. But as far as eventually trying to see if we could somehow work towards the whole enforcer or enforcer mat for president by some date deal, eventually that's got to start moving somehow, somewhere, meaning that we have to take the LSA and we basically have to shove it in the way it is, into a group, so that way it can try and make it somewhere, because otherwise if it just existed as a thing unto itself, it would never make it anywhere. So that's generally what I was saying. Like, I'm not saying we're going...
I was just planning on buying a soapbox. That's all I was planning on doing. I thought that was going to be all that it took.
Man, I mean, honestly, that's an idea, but it wouldn't get far. It wouldn't get far. It wouldn't get farther than the city square. There are some nice ones here in Salt Lake, but sadly, it just wouldn't get farther than there. But generally,
you got to go out in public for all that stuff, right? You got to go get in a large crowd for all that.
Oh yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Man, I tell you what, I want some security or something. I tell you what, these days, I don't want to go out there and just have my political thing end early or something like that. If you know what I'm saying.
Just get some bulletproof glass. Carry a pistol. You'll be fine.
Oh, that's cheap. That's real cheap.
Yeah, that's real cheap.
Wipe out my entire net worth in one bulletproof glass.
Oh, I know a couple of super PACs that could give us that kind of like. I know a couple of people that we can sell out to.
You know what they say about super PACs? Fat stacks.
Man, dude. Oh man, folks. Honestly, like, the truth of it is that I'm saying, like, we eventually push the LSA into some political party, one or the other. And to be honest with y'all, folks, I really don't care. I think generally a lot of the ideas we would have would be pretty popular with either side. It's just about depending on which one it goes to. But the thing is, though, is that it'd be so off base that probably a lot of people wouldn't give a damn. Like, like a lot of people like to get into the whole culture war thing these days, things that get you angry. Like, immigration or gun control, is it good or is it not? And then I'll be over there on the side basically talking about, it'd be nice to have some public parks and public transport, and making sure to try and encourage, high income jobs into this country and regulating the job market to make sure that people aren't getting trampled. It would all be administrative stuff. That isn't stuff that people can get angry and hate over and feel really strongly about to be engaged in it every day. So it'd probably make it nowhere. Like, that's really the truth of it, is that like a concept like mine, where I actually talk about trying to improve people's lives for the better in ways that they can physically see every day, that probably wouldn't make it that much farther, because it's not filled with hatred for the other people in the country that don't think the way they do, and they're tearing the country down by A, B, or C way. So it wouldn't even make it anywhere, no matter what political party we got in, because everyone will look at us as the little egghead nerds that aren't filled with anger and hate for the other half of the country, and are actually looking out for all of their good and trying to improve their lives to where they can stop hating everything and have a smile on their face and actually enjoy living here for a minute. But anyways, with that... Mm-hmm.
Did you see this article that just came out? It looks like it was out a while ago, but I didn't catch it.
Oh.
It looks like Ocean Defender made a post and said the Pentagon might use an existing airline is having some financial difficulty. They might use that airline's excess capacity for transporting troops, military cargo, or other missions.
No.
Sources tell a mainstream news outlet. I'm not going to mention the name of the airline, by the way, because I don't know if this is true or not, but they're claiming that sources in the government are saying that if the U.S. ends up bailing out one of these airlines that kind of has a very bright livery to their aircraft, then maybe they might use some of their excess aircraft for transporting military cargo. Like, why would we need that unless we're planning on losing a whole bunch of U.S. Air Force aircraft?
Or we plan on being so overstretched that the current capabilities of the Air Force wouldn't even be enough.
Maybe so. It's like using passenger airline. I mean, those aren't even outfitted to really carry military cargo. I mean, they have passenger seats in the main area of the aircraft. I mean, it's got a cargo area underneath, but that's like secondary to the passenger aspect.
I gotta tell you, I never heard anything like that before. That's new.
Yeah, it's a little bit wild right there. Could you imagine seeing a big yellow liveried plane flying into the war?
Oh,
So
wait a
I'm
minute, is
talking
that
about.
one? Oh my
Yeah,
god,
that's what they're
dude!
claiming. I don't know if it's true or not.
An A320 can't carry anything.
Yeah, really, it can.
Oh my god, I thought you were talking about another one that's financially struggling that has like larger aircraft like A330s and stuff. And I was like, yeah, but I could see how that could kind of work. Some refits, some rapid refits might be able to make that manageable. Hell no. Like, using an A320? Dude, that would be like getting a whole bunch of Cessna Caravans basically and trying to work with those. I mean, that would be hopeless for us.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, they might make a special livery for that event. Like they might have the Secretary of War add in his input for a livery and put some like some like World War II propaganda poster imagery or something on the side of it, possibly.
Also, I gotta ask, like, what happened to just letting companies kind of like, fade away and die? Like I didn't really see anyone trying to save Pan Am or TWA back in the day. They just kind
And
of let them.
everybody's always anti bailout until all of a sudden they get in charge, and then all of a sudden they change their minds when it comes to bailing stuff out. Like I don't. My take is, if a company is failing and it's a fault of their own. Now here's the catch though. The admin might be thinking that's partially their fault because they've driven the aviation fuel prices up, and also there's starting to be a shortage of it around the world. They might sort of take some of that responsibility, and that might be why they're trying to bail it out. But the problem is this, though: the administration is not paying for it; it's the American taxpayer paying for it. So they're being very kind and very nice with our money, but that's our money. That's not theirs. It's like, well, why don't they make a personal contribution since they led to the problem? A personal contribution from them themselves. How about that?
Oh my God, Matthew, how dare you even suggest that? That's heresy. Like, heresy, Matthew, heresy. But I don't know about that idea. Sound like and also I see some people talking about the whole, not letting companies die out. Here's my thing, folks. Companies have got to die. Like like it's like to some extent, like with the Jones Act deal, that's literally just wiping out a whole industry. But if a company just naturally isn't competitive any longer in that environment and it implodes, it has to implode because companies dying and collapsing is basically like a forest fire, like a natural forest fire coming through a forest. It clears out a lot of the old growth trees and allows for new ones to sprout up and take their place.
That's the problem. That's the problem. There's going to be no new ones coming after it because they know that this current economy is no environment to start a business in. Like that's the thing. Like I think that's the reason why they basically keep bailing these same old companies out because they know that it's impossible to start those companies that they're trying to bail out in the modern day. It's impossible. The environment simply doesn't support it. It is like if you try to start something like an airline today, it would be probably 30 or 40 times more monumental to do that today than it would have been 60, 70 years ago. Just because of the environment that we're in now, it's impossible. Like to start the businesses that Americans used to start is monumental now. It's nowhere near as moderate as it used to be.
Yeah, also, they've added so many damn regulations to anything, it's literally impossible to do something unless you're already a founded multi-billion-dollar company. Like, if you wanted to get in the car-making industry, you have to meet so many requirements to be, like, to say that your car is roadworthy these days. You have to add in a million things, which makes production so exorbitantly expensive. Even for a starting company, there's no real there's no easy barrier to entry anymore like there was in the early days, like when Ford came around and when Dodge came around and all of the companies that we know nowadays. They came around in a time of literally no regulations. You could just do almost anything that you wanted, and as long as it could move, it was a car and you could sell it. And nowadays they have so many requirements. It's like you have to have an upfront investment from investors of about $4 billion to start a car company, and that's to hardly
Yeah.
even get it off the ground.
Yeah, back in the day, if you started a car company, you didn't have to give the federal government like several free cars because you have to do crash testing with it. Back in the day, you simply just made the damn thing and you started putting it on the market. And if somebody had an accident, that was just the way it was. They just had an accident. Now, if you start a car company, you got to give like so many free cars to the government, so that way they can crash test them all in like 1,000 different ways and make sure it's safe for the most part. So yeah, I mean that's with everything. Like even if you want to get in the defense industry, that's hard as well. Like, if you want to get in the drone business, you're going to go through red tape galore to start that business. It's not easy whatsoever. And I'm not saying that we should have no regulations, but at the same time, though, I mean, you see the innovation happening in Ukraine. That's because Ukraine lifted the regulation, and look at how much success they're having. They still need to have safeguards to make sure that Americans aren't in danger because people are being reckless with their new companies. But you can't make it so hard that only people with the pre-existing wealth can start companies, because then you start creating oligarchies and monopolies, which is something that America was not founded on.
Yeah, it's really something. I just saw someone say, "Damn those safety, labor, and environmental laws and regulations." That's not what I'm saying. Like, why do people strawman everything these days? Good lord. Like, what I'm saying is that they have so many requirements of what a car needs to be able to be roadworthy that it's literally impossible for anyone to build one anymore, unless if you're already a pre-made company that's been around for 100 years, that has tens of billions of dollars in a war chest, and you can do stuff like that. It's impossible for anyone else these days. Like for example, do you know, folks, how many requirements there are for car safety these days? You have to build the car with crumple zones in certain spots, and they have to have certain tolerances. You have to build them to be able to have this thing in it, and that thing, and these other things, and these other safety features, and seats like these, and this certain amount of legroom, and the steering wheel has to be here, and all this stuff. And you have to be able to do all of that, and then you have to be able to factor all that in with all the extra gadgetry and bits that they now require as well. All of that costing tens of thousands of dollars, sometimes in parts these days. And then also you have to build an assembly line that is advanced enough and long enough to be able to factor in all of that being built into the car, which is an additional step with each added thing. And then you have to give a whole bunch of away, like Matthew's saying, to the government, free of charge for them to get totaled, so that way they can figure out if it's even safe enough, according to the regulations. And then if it's not safe enough or it doesn't meet certain criteria, then the whole thing gets axed and you basically have to go and recreate the wheel for them to then approve it. Like, it's such a prohibitively difficult thing, like most every industry these days, to get into. It's impossible. We looked into, folks, getting into the drone industry a while ago, off air, back when we were in Enforcer HQ 2.0, because we're like, how much would that take to get into the drone industry? They have regulated the hell out of that sort of stuff to where you would have to be a multi-billionaire to even just recreationally try and get into making cheap FPV drones that are $30 to build and $200 to buy.
And you basically got to have a sponsor, basically. You basically have to know an industry insider that's already in it to basically get a sponsor to be able to get your foot in the door, basically. That's basically the way it's done. So if you don't know somebody like that and you don't have that connection just personally through natural connection, then you have to go seek it out and start trying to hire people like that. And I'm sure they're probably very expensive, I'd imagine. It's essentially like being a lobbyist to a certain degree. So they've definitely added a lot of barriers. Like you can't just get into industries these days. You either have to go work for a pre-existing company that already has a monopoly on something, or you simply don't get into it and you just don't do it. One or the other.
Like the regulations are built, folks, to stop any upstarts from having a chance. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like the laws and regulations around things you have to do in certain industries these days, they are made to make sure that the barrier to entry is so high that the legacy companies that already exist in almost every industry basically have a monopoly on their own existence, because it's impossible for anyone else to come in with a new innovative idea and challenge them as a new company, because the cost of doing that monetarily is so high, it's unobtainable for anybody unless if you're already in that industry. It is.
It's that greed.
It is. I agree. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Wantan Quadruple 8. He said CENTCOM posted a pic of the USS Rafael Peralta. And what are your thoughts on his story? In my opinion, a hero that got robbed of his Medal of Honor, but crazy glad they named a ship after him in LSA.
And I would generally agree with that. And it's really cool to hear that they did name a ship after Rafael Peralta. And so a huge thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kenga, who said LSA.
Hey, an LSA, and a huge thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Stacy Colbeck, who said, do you think they could put a torpedo into the strait?
You could, but what purpose would it serve? I wouldn't know. But a big thanks to your support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Irene Nazarian, and thank you for that support. They said, I didn't watch back then. Sadly, we can't address those right here. If we got into that, we'd be starting to criticize the former president, which could get political. And sadly, we can't go into that on the air. But we do appreciate support. We also have a 5 from Slinger 360, who said, a favorite handgun you both own, an LLT, LSA.
Colt Anaconda.
And my favorite handgun out of all the ones I have, which is not very many, to be honest, I only have like a few handguns and a couple of rifles, would probably be my Glock 43X, just because I can carry that one pretty much anywhere, and it's easy. It's a very slim gun, and you can pretty much bring it with you. And honestly, the best gun that you can have is the one that's most accessible to you, in my opinion. So that's my favorite. I'm looking to get a bear gun, though, just so when I go out in the backcountry and go hiking in these places where bear country is at, that I have a way to protect myself outside of bear spray, just in case it gets really ugly or something. And I'm looking at a 10 millimeter pistol, maybe like the Glock 20 or something like that, possibly, just because it seems like a cheaper option, and it seems like it works pretty well, like all the other ones I've got. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say the Colt Anaconda, chambered in 44 Magnum with a 6-inch barrel. That is my favorite. The firepower is impeccable. The psychological effect is unbounding. Like just bringing the thing to a firing range. Whipping that thing out, people are like, oh my god. It's like, yep, it's a 44 Magnum, and it will rock a building too when it fires. It's something else. I gotta say, I really love the Colt Anaconda. It's a really cool revolver, in my opinion. So that is my favorite pistol. If I had to tell you like some runner-ups, my runner-up to this would be a Colt 1903 and 32 ACP, so you can kind of tell that I'm a bit of a Colt fan, but this is an ancient one. These right here, I really like these. Very much on the smaller end, firepower wise, totally opposite of the 44 Magnum, but I really like it. I enjoy it. It's very handy, very nice to hold. I like the redundant safety, the palm safety grip, and also its toggle safety. And also it's very compact, and it's smooth, so it fits in a pocket. And then my last pick would be the Browning SA-35, which is basically just like, it's a 9mm, a double stack 9mm, so kind of like a Glock, but it's steel framed, wood gripped, so I like that about it, and it's a little bit heftier. I like the sights on it, and also it has an actual safety, not a trigger safety. So this is like those would be my 3 favorite.
They don't have bears over there in Europe, do they?
No, they do. I think they do.
I'm seeing a lot of people say, damn Americans, look at this. But I mean, if y'all are dealing with bears, I mean, y'all gotta have something to protect yourself. I mean, obviously nobody's going out to look to hurt a bear, I hope. Like, I'm not looking to hurt a bear. Like, I just want to have some backup just in case you get in a situation where you spray your bear spray and the bear's really angry or something like that, or it's got cubs with it and it still wants to come after you and the bear spray didn't run it off enough and it wants to maul you. I want to have some way to defend myself, like a last line of defense, personally. So, that's why I'm looking at it. I've heard 10 millimeter is pretty good for that type of deal, for the most part, like when it comes to bear defense. Apparently 9mm is apparently not good enough. Apparently it depends on the round you use. I think they sell bear rounds for 9mm, but there's people debating whether or not that's enough for a bear. But I hope I never get in a situation where I have to do that out of self-defense. But it's better to be safe than sorry.
Matthew, you could always get I think this thing is like, what is it, the 450 something Cthulhu or something like that, this thing.
Hell no, man. I'm not shooting that big ass thing like that.
Bro, I shot one of those. Man, that thing weighs, like, how much do you think that revolver weighs?
Like 5 pounds?
6.
Like a steel.
It's 6 pounds. It's impossible to hold up for any longer than a couple of seconds with one hand. And man, that thing kicks even at 6 pounds. That thing is a cannon, a literal hand cannon. Like, it makes the 44 Magnum look like a joke.
I don't like those things right there. That's why I generally don't like revolvers. I don't like anything that like snaps back too hard. Like that 44 is just stupid. Like the way that thing snaps back, I won't even shoot the damn thing. Like I don't even want to risk getting my wrist popped off like the
Man,
thing.
you haven't even shot mine. You would love it.
I know that's what I'm saying. I haven't shot it, but I don't want to. Also, someone said Desert Eagle 50 Express. Not shooting that thing either. I don't want. I don't even want to bother with those right there. I would rather have like like a 10 millimeter is going to be snappy, but it's not going to be like a 44 going off or something like that. Like I don't want to. I don't want to be more scared of the gun than I am the bear that's charging at me.
Man, I mean, honestly, man, I'm not scared of the 44 Magnum at all. I'm quite comfortable with it. Pretty good shot with it too. Quite accurate. I mean, I can get like about a. Well, I mean, I'm not that good with pistols, folks. So when I say this, would be that's bad, and it kind of is. But I mean, at least in my opinion, I'm pretty good with pistols. I have shaky hands. I mean, I'm able to get like a 12-inch grouping at like 20 yards or so. So I'm pretty like single-handed. So I'm pretty happy with it, and also it's got some punch. I mean, you could give a warning shot with that thing. That'd probably be enough to get a bear running away. It sounds like a howitzer.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely sounds like a. I mean, it would scare anybody with any sense.
Exactly. And bears have some sense, and that's what would get them to run. So with that, we're on to the next one.
And let's see here. Chickadee said, if a woman can shoot a 44 mag, so can you, Matt. I mean, some women are built different. Some women out there can, put a whooping on a dude occasionally and stuff like that. So I don't know. Me personally, I could shoot a 44 mag if I wanted to, but the catch is, do I want to? Not really. I've shot guns that are bigger caliber. I just don't like ones that like kick like a mule. Like I just don't like it. Also, by the way, if you're trying to like put a lot of rounds on like a target or something, I mean, you don't want the thing kicking like a mule. It's like you're gonna be struggling to get a sight on something like a bear charging at you. You're gonna be struggling because you're sitting there bouncing around like a lunatic with this like hand cannon like that you can barely control. It's like I want something that's controllable.
Oh,
It has power behind it, and also it's not generally like absurd like to a certain degree.
Oh, it's easy. It's easy, man. I can tell you, I've shot a 44 Magnum like it was almost semi-auto. I mean, like once you get the hand technique down, it's easy because if you control your elbow and you just make sure that it's your wrist that's taking the recoil, once you fire the revolver, it whips back for a second, which it has to, which allows your thumb to pull the hammer back down, and then you just rotate your hand back forward towards the target, put the sights back online, and then you pull the trigger again, and you just wash, rinse, and repeat. You can get a pretty decent rate of fire that way for all 6 rounds.
I don't
Pretty
know.
good
Like
accuracy
I don't
too.
know. Also, you're built different than me. I'm not. I'm a more of a slimmer dude. Like I'm not. I'm about 175. Like I'm not lightweight, but I'm not heavyweight either. So it might be different. I might be bouncing around more with it.
Nah, man, you just need to try and shoot it once or twice. You would get the hang of it easy. I mean, like after like 25 rounds with it, and after you kind of get your hand like worn in a little bit with the recoil, it's easy. I mean, like it's like shooting a 9 millimeter almost at that point. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory. Once again, he said, "Do you believe in the Illuminati that they're pulling the strings in the U.S.?" And
Nah.
nah. The Illuminati is just code words for lobbies, basically. Lobbies do pull the strings in America, and many people know the most famous lobbies out there, and they do actually pull the strings because they have the money, and that usually is what talks in Washington. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I would. The Illuminati isn't real. Like a lot of people who don't really like learn a whole lot about how the government works, like they don't know how to explain the forces at play, so then they come up with a secret one, but it's quite obvious. I mean, it's actually straightforward when you look at it. There is no secret like society pulling the strings. They're literally pulling the strings and bribing people right in front of everyone's faces. But when people learn about that, that feels like it's too obvious to be the case. So then they have to come up with some secret society to explain it. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. I think that that's a deliberate thing too. That's been come up with by the people who are getting bribed to throw people off of the scent, because it's a lot harder for people to unify and actually deal with and fight against the corruption and vote out the corruption when they're looking for an invisible boogeyman that doesn't exist, instead of the broad corruption that's literally happening right in front of their very faces that they refuse to actually admit is the problem because they're on a wild goose chase for some invisible, non-existent boogeyman, which is the Illuminati. So I hope that is addressed to the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support. Double this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Kyle Padell, who puts in a 10 and said, "Getting Red Dead vibes or Dirty Harry vibes?"
Um, I would say Red Dead. I'm more of a Red Dead Redemption kind of a person. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Wantan Quadruple 8, who said, "Have you guys ever seen bears like that in person in the wild?" I've never
No.
seen a bear in person. I never have. I really, me personally, actually, if the bears weren't deadly, like I actually like the bears. I would like to see one if I knew I wasn't going to get mauled by it. Because the bears look cute, but obviously they're wild animals though, so you can't really predict what they're going to do. And the black bears seem like they're generally chill as long as you don't run across one with cubs or one that's hungry or something. The grizzlies, though, I would never want to run across a grizzly or a brown bear. Never. Those things are killing machines. Wouldn't want to run across a polar bear either, but you don't really have to worry about that. Those are way off yonder. But I wouldn't mind seeing a black bear if I knew it wasn't going to be deadly. But even with those, you still got to be kind of careful because you never know what it's going to do. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I would have to say I haven't ever seen a bear in the wild. I think when we were kids, we saw one in a zoo once, but that's totally different than the wild. The ones in the zoos have lost their minds, sadly. So, never seen a bear proud in the wild and free, and also, and also, I mean, regardless whether we've seen one or not, I have enough sense to be afraid of the unknown and to always be over prepared for what I don't know. So hopefully, whenever I run into a black bear, the bear spray be strong and the revolver be quick. Because if that thing's coming for me, I'm getting the hell out of there and I'm coming out with my life. I'm not gonna let
Hell
some
no,
bear take the.
I'm yelling at that thing and charging it.
Well, yeah, you would do that first, but I mean, if that didn't work, then you go to the bear spray, and then if the bear spray didn't work, then you go to the revolver, and then you book
you know
it.
with black bears, like you're supposed to fight those. Like if they're trying to get you or something like that, you're supposed to fight them. Like if they're actually trying to attack you. With the grizzlies, you don't fight grizzlies. You play dead, or at least I've heard this. So somebody ought to correct me
Well,
if
yeah,
I'm
remember we
wrong.
read this on
Uh,
air from the National Park
oh,
Service.
I don't recall. I remember reading it today. I read it again because I was like, let me make sure I know what I'm doing here with these bears because I was deep in the South Mountain the other day. I was like, if a bear comes running up on me or something like that, or it's like around here, I'm like, well, let me double check what I'm supposed to do here. I don't want to get caught in a situation where I'm kind of like, what do I do? And also, I'm only carrying my 9mm with me right now, so it's like I'm having to sort of like rely on something that's not really made for bear defense if I have to start defending myself. But it seems like though, like that's really not a major concern like around here. I think maybe one person dies a year from like a black bear attack. That's barely nothing. I mean, people run across black bears all the time, and they're not attacked by them. Now, grizzlies, whole different story, but black bears, you shouldn't have to worry about that too much.
I would tell you, although I wouldn't take my chances, because if a black bear attacks you, you're going to get seriously injured. I mean, like even if you fight back, the bite force of a bear is very strong. So if it gets a good hold on your arm and it thrashes for even just one thrash, it's ripped most of the muscles off of your arm wherever its teeth sink down into it. And I don't want a chance that I'll be honest with y'all. My approach is if the bear is charging at me, I don't care if it's a black bear, a grizzly bear, or a brown bear. I'm pulling out the revolver or the rifle or whatever I have because I'm not going to get bit by that thing. If it bites you and it starts mauling you, you are going to be screwed. Like I'm going to be running the show basically with one arm because the other arm is going to be a game arm, whichever one got grabbed and mauled by the bear because there's going to be no muscles left attached.
Those mountain lions are pretty serious too, but those are different though. Like I don't, those only weigh like 90 pounds. Those mountain lions do. Like obviously they got sharp teeth and claws, so you got to be careful about that. But I've heard about people fighting off those mountain lions. I heard one guy put in a rear naked choke, like and choked the mountain lion out that attacked him.
What the hell?
Yeah, no joke. Like I actually heard people fight those things off like if they actually attack, and those things are sneaky. Like I was watching a video of those things. Those things you don't even hear those things coming up. Like they're very quiet, and they can be like right next to you. And you'll never know it unless you happen to just spot the thing looking through the bushes or something like that. You'll never see it. But you can fight those off. Also, the bear spray works on those too, but they don't generally mess with people most times unless you're like running up on it. And it's like with like baby lions or something like that. They don't mess with you that much, but. I mean, it seems like you could fight that off if you had to.
Yeah, have you ever heard the story, Matthew, of the man-eating bear from from the days of the Wild West that stalked down that team of trappers and was killing them off one by one? It was a grizzly. Did you ever hear that story?
No, but I did hear a story today of a guy who actually got mauled by a grizzly in Alaska. Like, there was a guy on YouTube who actually survived it, and he told about it, where he's like the bear grabbed his head and it crunched his head and stuff like that.
Oh, like a watermelon?
Yeah, and the dude lived. Like, he
Oh.
lived through it and stuff like that. He remembers he heard the bear like grabbing onto his head and like, I won't get too graphic, but the bear was doing the full on mauling with this dude right here, and he played
Yikes.
dead after it got done basically nearly killing him, and he somehow like got rescued and made it out. Dude's very lucky because most people don't survive that.
Man, there was some wild story. I remember I think there was a book written on it. It's a true story too, about this team of trappers. I think they were out in like the Rockies or way up in kind of like the mountain lands of Montana, and they were fur trapping, which was a very common occupation back then out here. And there was a grizzly bear that actually, for some reason, had some sort of obsession with stalking, killing, and eating people, or killing them for sport. I forgot which one it is exactly, because I think it actually wouldn't eat the people; it would just kill them and then keep chasing down the others. And it was a crazy story because I think only a few of the guys out of this whole trapping team of like 10 dudes made it out of that alive. After they somehow killed the bear or somehow escaped it or something like that. It was a crazy story. I think they turned it into a movie too. But a wild sort of thing.
Yeah, it sounds crazy.
Yeah, nuts, really. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Count Air, who puts in a 2 and said the 2023 BLS report says that 900,000 get paid minimum wage.
That's not really a lot because I think the workforce is around 150 million to 130 million right now in the country, like the able-bodied working force. So that's actually not a whole lot of them. That's actually about that'd be like 0.6%. But still, I think that we should be seeing that they're not getting paid minimum wage. They still should be paid better than that, especially these days in this economy. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that in mind, folks, it is now time for us to get on back into the live chat questions. And sadly, folks, while we did get to a couple of them before a new super chat flood came in, big thanks to everyone who did support the channel, by the way. We'll only be able to get 3 here, and then we'll be rounding out the stream for the night. So we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one is going to go to none other than History with H, who said, I haven't kept up recently, but is there anything new about U.S. ground forces in Iran or near Iran?
We haven't seen anything new about forces near Iran. There was about an additional 4,000 that were stated to have been on the move to the Middle East a few days ago, but beyond that, nothing else new has transpired. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Jordan, who said, is it possible the U.S. blockading the Strait will cause Iran to end in a financial collapse?
Not a financial collapse, but it certainly will be getting along the lines almost of a financial recession or maybe even a depression. It really depends on how bad this gets before we try and break the blockade. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. So who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one's going to go to AF Kaplan. He said, if things do come to blows between Europe and Russia, will that finally get Europe to directly intervene on behalf of Ukraine?
Yes. That will probably end up becoming a united front line against the Russians inside of Ukraine and elsewhere at that point. So I hope that does address that the best I can. A great question, by the way. And with that, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank you all so much once again for watching. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to have 140,000 people here over the course of the 4 hours of the show, and also have almost 20,000 people here at the peak. We are, of course, once again, entirely honored and grateful to know that so many of y'all continue to choose to spend your time and also your ear, or lending an ear, here to this channel every night to be able to hear the news. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world, and if there is enough news to make a short war video, Enforcer Matt will be the one making that short war video. So with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow on the next Nightly War News stream at 10 p.m. Eastern, and also maybe midday on that short war video if there is enough news to cover. But in the meantime, though, a huge shout out to the 140,000 plus people that were here by the end of the stream tonight, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow as well. And with that, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.
To God.